Good evening, guys. Good to see you. Let's see. Icy on YouTube popped in earlier. The girls are us. Official. Good to see you too. You popped also in earlier, much earlier. And Darren Dobson popped in earlier too. And we have Huga in the house and African Ivu Villager in the house. Good to see you again, guys. How has your week been? I hope your week has been good. Mine has been pretty good. My first week after my vacation ended. Hey, Diana, too. Good to see you. Yeah, it's pretty hot here, too. So, actually, I'm sitting here and sweating, but that's another story. I might turn on the fan for a moment, at least. We wait a couple of more minutes and see who joined the stream, and then we go into today's topic. So you're going to put up a tent in the yard while listening to you air it out. Okay, good to know. Hey, Vanessa, good to see you, ma'am. How are you doing? I hope you are doing okay. Hey, brother, good to see you. Strength and honor. I'm happy to see you again, Chris. And PV in the house. Good to see you too. And if I can fix this in a proper way. There we have the link. And Bob, good to see you. How are you doing, Bob? And CR in the house. Good to see you too. So, how are you guys doing? And I wait for PV to. And Guardian in the house. Good to see you. Oh, there we have the first bloop. And that was Bob. And PV.
Ma'ayan Buntag. Good morning, everyone.
Bye-bye, Shadow.
Hello.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah, I went to Icy's for a moment and said hello to her, then chit-chatted with Maria for a little while. Now I'm over here.
Yeah.
Improvised shelter. You know how you learn that? Go to a homeless area. Watch what they do. Yeah.
Yeah, the Art of Improvised Shelters. I thought that was a good title for this stream. So,
yep.
Well, why not?
The homeless are the reigning experts at improvised shelter. They do it every day. So.
Stand by.
And I hope Guardian will pop up too.
Hello, Guardian. Hope you guys are all well in the side chat.
Hey, Lillian, good to see you.
CR's here. Who else? I see Lillian. Yeah, yeah.
So now we wait for if Guardian want to join us because he usually wanted to do that.
Mhm.
So we will still see if he pops up.
He's a good guy, but he's one of those shifty guys, one of those shifty South African guys.
Don't push it too far, Bob.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The tent isn't improvised, but going to do it to participate. Yeah. Yeah. And there we have Guardian.
Hey, Guardian. Good morning.
Right, I'm sorted.
Hey, what's up, chat? Hi there, chat. Hi, panel. Hope you guys are doing well.
Hey, Guardian, how you doing? Right?
Yeah, I'm good. I love I don't know why, but Bob calling me shifty is a compliment. I mean, like Bob is one of the most mechanically minded people. When it comes to building something, I'd always give it to Bob. Absolutely, or fixing something. I believe that he's extremely adept. But
I am.
So him calling me shifty is a very good compliment. I'm just saying. I hope everybody's having a good weekend, by the way.
Just to let anyone out there listening know, if I insult you a little bit, that means I like you. I like you and respect you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I figured.
Uh-huh.
I like Preparedness veterans. I don't know if you guys know where that's from. That's the Viking. Techno
Yeah.
Viking.
Techno Viking.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Well, guys,
I appreciate
shall
that,
we
Bob.
No problem.
go jump into the topics for today? The
Yeah.
Art of Improvised Shelters. I think we have waited long enough, so I think we jump in onto it.
Yeah. Go for it.
Well,
So, improvised shelters then, Shadow.
yeah,
Now then, I've been thinking about this, and I mean, there's various reasons why you want to know how to build an improvised shelter, have the need to build an improvised shelter, etc., etc. I think one of the reasons, okay, is bugging out, for instance. However, if you're bugging out, then you should have already thought about your bug out plan, your evacuation plan beforehand. If you're going through sort of rough terrain under circumstances which require some sort of covertness because the threat level is increased, then there could be a need to make an improvised shelter. Although if you would have thought about any sort of evacuation plan beforehand, there will be no need to build an improvised shelter. You'd have got your own you'd have scoped it out beforehand, your own sort of tent. You'd have identified places beforehand that you could have used as shelter and stuff like this. So as far as the bug out side of it goes, I don't think there's a real need to have an improvised shelter unless people are classing, putting a tarp up as an improvised shelter. It's quite easy to do.
or if you will need an improvised shelter if your main shelter is compromised.
Yeah, it could be. Well, that's the second point. So the second point is, the need.
Tents, tarp, space, blankets. Yeah. Rain poncho. Yeah, that too.
PV, did you lose signal there?
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
So just a quick oversight and pretty much overview for anybody, and I'll sum up my whole opinion about this in the space of 30 seconds quickly. I'll try and be concise about it. So if I can give my 2 cents on it as well, I think that a person's got to look for obvious warmth as much as they possibly can. Like, so getting access to a warm area that's going to sustain life, because obviously when you go into hypothermia, there's a large amount of kind of things that you go through as well. So you've got to try and prevent that as much as possible. So padding and making sure that your shelter has good security. And then also there's a lot of ways that you can find shelters. I remember, and it's going to be pretty funny, but in true SHTF type scenarios, you can even look for McDonald's playhouses and stuff like that have those like outside connecting playhouses. It sounds silly, but I've actually spent several nights in those because the McDonald's closes for the day, closes at about 8 o'clock. And then during the evening as well, if you're walking around like late at night and you need somewhere to sleep, you can actually climb into the outside of those McDonald's playhouses and stuff, and you can for safety. And it's, so you just got to think outside the box, is what I can say about it. Absolutely be able to be adaptable when it comes to shelters.
I agree.
They are disconnected for some reason.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry. What I was saying is, the need for an improvised shelter could come from the destruction of your existing shelter, i.e., your house from an earthquake, for instance. And you may not be, if it's unsafe, where it's structurally unsafe, you're not sure whether it's going to collapse or crumble around you because of further aftershocks. You obviously haven't got a structural engineer to come around and certify things in the early stages. So you could, in fear of that, set up a temporary shelter close by or in a safer area, flat playing field.
Uh-oh. We lost him.
No, he muted himself.
Well, I'll tell you what, CR, I never want to have to live outside in the Canadian winter. Oh, no thanks.
Hey, well, towards 8K, good to see you.
Mm-hmm.
Am I still here?
You're back.
Right. my VPN's not very good at the moment. I've rerouted to Romania. So as opposed to building up a temporary shelter, using a tarp and gathered materials from nearby, you could resort to the fact that you're repairing your damaged home from winds, damage from earthquakes, and so on. So it could be, your temporary improvised shelter could be a repair job, is what I'm getting at, really. Aside from that, if whatever the event that hits you is, if the need to make an improvised shelter, it can come from an increasing threat. So, for instance, a nuclear device has destroyed your house through blast or heat, and you're then scrabbling around because you haven't got a pre-existing plan to build some sort of fallout protection system. Or you could even be your car has rolled in the snow and you're in the middle of nowhere. Do you try and scrabble something out of, or improvise a shelter out of the wreckage of the car, or do you head off the trail slightly into a safer sort of area of the road or woods just off the track and start building yourself a new one there? Either way, it doesn't matter. You're probably faced with limited resources, ingenuity, the ability to think out of the box, and to harvest existing materials around you to see you through the next day, 2-3 days, or nights, should I say. And there's various, all these survival manuals out there. They'll go through a standard sort of set of headings. We've probably all seen the old, snow hole system. We've probably all seen the fir tree in the snow, and underneath it's a sort of a cleared area you can use and hollow out and this sort of thing. Standard sort of things. But to be honest, I'd have expected people to already know that sort of stuff. It's probably shelter building it's a real skill, and it takes practice, especially if you are, in the woods bushcrafting it.
Oh yeah,
It is really a skill. It's not exactly hard because anyone can make a shelter, but not many people can make it well.
exactly.
You got to protect yourself from the key things, the elements.
Yeah,
The wind, the rain, for instance. Get the insulation right, and the big broad brush headings. But we can delve into how to do that if you want. But it also depends on how long you foresee yourself being there. If it's a survival situation where you're not going to leave the area because it's more likely that you're going to be rescued, then it's sort of an open-ended time frame, really, based on the resources you've got, and mainly down to water. If water's plentiful, fine. If food is an issue, then if water's a problem, then within 3 days, that's it. If food is an issue, within 30 days, that's it. So
yeah,
and if that's the situation, it's all about the amount of effort you put in versus the energy you're expending and what you're going to get out of it. But you've got to weigh up the odds against the survivability factor in those sorts of instances where, if the wind's getting in, the rain's getting in, you're getting wet and cold, then you need to do something else drastically to maintain and regulate your body heat.
I think a lot of it comes down as well, PV, when you've got to kind of relocate, or when you've got to be mobile and you go through even like wet weather, and you end up because you always have a kind of a backup station, a bug out area, for the most part, an area that you'd be able to keep a large amount of your supply in, and would be able to provide a makeshift shelter. But in order to really survive, a lot of the time you'll have to be mobile, and you'll have to be scavenging, and legitimately, if you want to, if a person is trying to survive, they're going to have that element to them where they're can basically be just around the area and understand the area around them. And the big problem as well comes in is that as soon as you get some of your gear wet, it becomes miserable to try and locate your surroundings as well, and be able to move from one area to another. Things like wet socks, wet shoes can absolutely be a huge deterrent to you being able to access the areas that you need to. So having dry, extra pair of shoes, that's so important in terms of not just the shelter element, but just being able to go and scavenge and then being able to come back to home base. And obviously in this as well, we need to speak about concealment. Even improvised shelters, you want to make sure that your shelter is as concealed as possible. I think that's a big element of it. Try to be on top of that. And then also that it's small enough to be warm and big enough that you can at least keep a good amount of supply in it.
I wanted to throw something in with this conversation. In my get out kits for my wife and I have some tough cordage for tying up camouflage, and you've got to know the basics of how to tie a knot, how to handle cordage. That's something that's a real basic skill that you've got to have. There's different knots for different purposes. Learn those first. That's very important.
Oh yeah, I know that.
I think when it comes down to the basic, at least take a tarp. With a tarp, you can do all sorts. There's so many permutations with a tarp. My preference would be bungees, and then secondary to that, use string. But yeah, everyone should have a tarp in their car as a spare. They should have a tarp in their bag, their evacuation bag, etc., etc. There's the basic sort of common denominator. I mean, a tent, fine, all well and good, but a tarp, you won't go far wrong. Every deployment, every exercise, everywhere I've been, I could definitely say that the shelter that works for me in all environments, from freezing cold conditions in the snow to, the heat of the desert is, and this is my go-to always, a bivy bag, a roll mat, and a sleeping bag. Obviously, the sleeping bag would determine, one season or whatever, or a poncho liner, or not even bother with a sleeping bag sometimes.
Can we actually? Sorry, PD, go ahead.
Yeah. So a bivy bag, roll mat or sleeping mat, and a poncho liner or a sleeping bag. And if you want to get a bit more luxurious, the tarp on top of that is my go-to. And that is, that you'll be warm, you'll be dry, etc. But that is the basic. That the absolute worst case scenario, that would be my go-to. And you can't go wrong. Go on, sorry.
I think it changes as well, PV, depending on your location. Like specifically with the items and the gear that you're speaking about, being in your region, I'd absolutely lean towards that as well. Like you can obviously understand in most scenarios, 100% so, I'd also equip a tarp. Tarp would be the go-to when it comes to improvised shelter wherever you are. Even them, I just want to explain. Sorry, just a little bit of feedback there for a second. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah. So just for the most part, I'll also recommend that when using a tarp, it's going to be super important if people want to have the longevity of a tarp, to make sure that the wind isn't causing abrasion to any section of the tarp as well, because that can wear down tarps extremely quickly. And having the capability to make sure that it's a good quality tarp. Again, you're basically paying what you get for. A very strong long-term tarp is brilliant. But then as terms of like secondary and third items that I'd take alongside with that, I'm always going to be a huge, I definitely always advocate for strong wood nails that can last a long time as well, that you can pull out with the back of a hammer. So having wood nails for long term is really, really good. I absolutely love them. Just keep them in a compact area. And then not just the wood nails as well, but you'll be extremely surprised at how strong and how long lasting wire can be. And you can also put wire in spools that is compact. So having those shelter building tools with you. So just that for me, 100% it'd be like definitely the top, as PV's saying, absolutely, no matter what, it'd be impossible to not include that. That is absolutely paramount. And then so top, and then obviously with that as well, wire is always what I use. And I use that in whenever I go camping or whenever I'm building in the backyard. Absolutely, wire is fantastic. Get a pretty strong, durable wire, but one that's easy to bend, and large amounts of clips of it as well. You should have a wire clip on your multi-tool, but that's a different story. So yeah, wire, really good cordage, absolutely extremely important to have good cordage. So wire, cordage, wood nails, and then your tarp. You should be able to get away with a lot if you have that. Obviously, with that, you're going to need the hammer, and you're going to need a good quality saw or saw blades, and you can make improvised handles for the saw blades. But ideally, you just want to make sure that whatever you're doing, that you get comfortable with it now, and go and experiment. Take like a day off, go into the bush in an area that's legal to do so, and go and do a bit of bushcrafting. It can be super lots amounts of fun. And then you're also able to just experiment and see what you do in that situation, and you build up that muscle memory. So yeah, I love this topic, by the way.
The good thing about a tarp is so many permutations you can use it for. That's the good thing. It's so flexible and universal. You can even use it as improvised stretcher and all this sort of stuff, and even even shield yourself from the sun, direct sunlight and stuff.
Yeah, and the advantage of a tarp is it is lightweight.
So small.
And small. It doesn't take much space either. So
I love
tarps. They are so useful.
Two tarps I've found I use to be the best is an Australian hoochie, because it's got nice loops all around it. It's a decent size for one person. Or a robust one you can buy is a DD tarp. They're a good size, good quality as well.
Yeah, I have a DD XL tarp.
Or because these things aren't as everything else, they're not cheap. There's a tarp for every sort of budget. and and army surplus tarps are fully functional. So if people want to get a tarp, get one, and most of these tarps will fit into a mat pocket quite easily. So that sorry, go on.
You could also use a tarp to catch rainwater and have clean drinking water.
Yeah. One of the methods got taught in survival training. You make a dew catcher, and the amount of dew that they can collect overnight is you almost got half a liter in some circumstances. Free sort of liquid water, vital for minimum sort of effort. But I mean that's just a tarp. People have got to build a shelter that provides the right protection for their situation. And at some point, people have got to consider a more permanent solution. For instance, if they're it's all right, a tarp if you're moving around and you're there for a couple of days and this sort of thing. But if the weather conditions dictate it and you're there for a bit longer, they want to consider more of a permanent setup where they're incorporating things like somewhere to go to the toilet, sleeping area, cooking area, a communal area, and then all that encompassed with where it's going to be situated. So security, you've got to consider that as well. So the improvised shelters could also, it doesn't have to mean necessarily be in the woods or on a evacuation route or anything like this. Your temporary shelter could be in an evacuation center. So you're making your own little segregated space private to you. You're sort of separating out all the external noise that's going on. Hey, Hugo. You're separating out all the potential theft that could go on there and all the other issues that go on with lots of people in crowded spaces. So and then also people have got to consider what season you're in: summer, autumn, spring, winter.
Yeah,
these will dictate the how you're going to build it, how robust it's going to be, ventilation, insulation. Installation is probably going to be a common factor. So whether or not you've got a ready-made ground mat or roll mat or insulation mat, or whether you're using boughs of trees on the floor to make a good insulation bed. And the parasacateurs are always a good thing, Bob.
Yeah. I've got, you guys saw the H harness that I made for my wife and I in case we got to get out of here right now.
Yeah.
We have a pair of these on each one of our H harness for cutting, for concealment, and for gathering tinder for firewood. They make no noise. They take no effort. Just one single hand snip. And I'll add this also. We have got pre-made camouflage netting, personal size netting to go over our bodies. And this is just as important as cordage or wire right here. You can get to an area, get down and be quiet and cut foliage and stuff it all around you. Because in my thoughts, if you're in a situation where you have to get out, have temporary shelter, I don't want anybody to know that we're there.
Yeah.
So
we used to one particular job I did for a period of about 6 years was we used to establish ourselves in a subterranean OP, observation post. So we used to get into a location and we'd either dig a hole for 4 people to live in, like come out 4 days later like tramps, or the preferred method, because that's a lot of effort. 4 days of living in a hole of ground with 4 other blokes.
Hey, Norfolk, UK
come
Prepper, good to see you.
Thinking and you'd be 4 vagrants in there, but I prefer that was a lot of effort. So the preferred effort was to use big, thick, dense bushes. We used to take in things like secateurs and chicken wire, and you hollow out the inside of the bush, line it with the chicken wire to keep the shape, and you start snipping away using your secateurs for all the thick brambles and stuff like this, with all the sharp nastiness on the branches and stuff. Yeah, very useful.
I was sorry that you dropped, Hugo, if you're still able to hear us. I was just going to ask how you've been and that type of thing too. I think it'll be interesting to hear your input if you're willing to jump back on.
She probably pushed the wrong button again. It happens. Chicken wire is good, actually. Welcome back, Hugo.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear your input as well on this, Hugo. I definitely think that'd be valuable.
I think I might have internet problems.
Okay. No
We
problem.
could hear you there. We could hear you just for a moment there.
Okay,
The
good.
bird fly is good to see you.
Yeah, you sound good.
I just got stung by something. I think it was a wasp.
Do you have anything to apply, like even aloe or something like that?
Meh. I sprayed it with the hose and kept going.
Yeah, that works.
Actually,
I'm making my yard look like a homeless encampment with a bunch of tents. I thought it would be kind of like related to what we're talking about. And my tents need to be aired out any more than I thought. You should get it out and set it up and time yourself on how long it takes you to set it up.
In all weather conditions as well.
Yeah, it's like any other piece of equipment. If you have it, that's great. But when's the last time have you put it up?
Yeah.
You know, and how useful is it going to be if you throw this tent in the car and your family goes out and you're trying to figure out how to, you know, put something together and it's starting to get dark and, you know, you've got chaos going on and, you know, you should be able to put it up in a relatively quick amount of time. Otherwise, it's not going to be very useful to you.
Yeah. Make sure you also practice putting it up as a team as well, whether it's two of you or the family or anything like that, because
that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
Good thinking, Hugo. Very good thinking. Practice. Yep.
Yeah.
That too.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't been out lately. I went at the beginning of like back in April. It was the last time I did it, but I take the nothing but the bug out bags. And we go out and go find a place and you can't have anything, bring anything but your bug out bag. And we go out and camp for the weekend.
Good. Not many people actually do that, I bet.
You're right. Mm-hmm. You're right.
It's a different experience than bringing all the equipment and glamping it, you know. Both I think are a good experience, but you find out so fast what is useful in your bag and what you can do without. What you didn't need at all and it was just extra weight. And
the best way to find out if you're carrying useless items is extend the range because you've got to carry it at the end of the day.
Welcome, Teresa. Good to see you, man.
Everyone's the shorter the duration in distance. Everyone's got a tendency to put, you know, this in just in case, that in just in case, and all this sort of stuff. And after being out for 4 or 5 days, you come back in and you look at your bag and you think, well, I haven't used that, get rid of it. I haven't used that, get rid of it. It's just that extra weight and extra energy.
Absolutely. And like you said about having everybody as a team putting the tent up, if you have a tent, if you really want to see a family breakdown, they show up at the campsite, go camping, and you'll see because the family shows up all happy and getting along, and then they start putting the tent up and everybody's, you know, jumping on everybody else about, you know, you hold your end of the pole and yada, yada.
Yeah.
Or it
Even
rains,
with-
because I never camp without it raining. It rains every single time I camp, and you aren't camping unless it rains. I like to put a tarp, suspend a tarp over top, and so the tent itself isn't even getting wet.
If it ain't raining, it ain't training.
That's a fact.
Exactly.
That's a
Well,
fact.
that's a good idea.
If it's not snowing, I'm not going.
The universe seems to know that with me, because I don't ever go camping that it doesn't rain,
Yeah.
at least part of the time. And if you got kids, being out outdoors, regardless of what kind of enclosure, shelter, whatever you're making, it's a whole different experience if you've never really been through it with kids, with wet clothes, wet shoes,
Oh, yeah.
mud. And
Yeah,
that's
this is the
something
problem,
to get used to.
That's a logistic nightmare, basically.
Yeah, it's the key thing, because it's all well and good. Like I said earlier on, it's easy to do if you're on your own. Whack up a tarp, whack up whatever, fine. You master your own problems. But when you've got to do it as, say, a family of 4, that's
Right.
that's a massive complication. That is.
Right.
Kids, they might be straying off. You got to keep an eye on the kids. You got threats left, right, and centre.
Yes.
It could be freezing cold.
That's correct.
It could be red hot. And you got to. That's when you find out. Because kids don't really lie about things like cold or taste and stuff like that. It's when you find out if you made the shelter well or not, because when you've established yourself, all the little defects will start coming out.
Then you run, that kind of runs into personality difficulties in a family anyway. No, Betsy, you cannot sit there and surf your phone. I asked you to go to the stream and get a bucket of water sometime today. You know what I'm talking about. You guys are parents.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about.
Familiar with that.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about, because I've worked for the RAF, so yeah, it's familiar.
Oh!
Yeah, you can't. You don't want to eat near
Let's
your.
say RAF and not USAF.
You don't want to have the kids eating near your campsite, or your enclosure, and you have to find a place where they can safely use the facilities, so to speak, and you can't do that too close to your camp. So
yeah,
here we go. Here, hang on. Here, PV took it a different direction. He was in the Army. I was in the Air Force. It is a complete meltdown to us Air Force guys when the champagne is not properly chilled. That could put us into a work stoppage right there.
Well, I mean, when you're, saying a bit longer duration, and if you've got kids, if you're on your own, it doesn't really matter as much. But if you got a family unit, for instance, or if you're there for 3-day plus, say, not even that long, you got to consider where the toilets are going to be, where you're all going to start going. If you're number 1s, number 2s, where are you going to sleep? What the sleeping arrangements are? Might not be enough room to sleep. You might have to hotbed it and start a security rota. And where you're going to cook, the communal area, because the communal area is important, not only because you sleep and eat fine, you may have a watch on fine, but you've got to have an area where you come together, have a chat about what's going on. It's a dire situation. Have a chat about what we're going to do tomorrow, what happened yesterday, how to make things better, designate tasks, sit around, have a brew. And it all builds up to the morale factor and keeping information flowing as well. So communal area is definitely a must. And I've seen, if you've got a tarp or anything, you might, even if you've got space and the weight to do it, have a spare tarp to put up, designated as, the communal area that we can all go and meet in the morning or the evening or whatever. But I mean, once you built it, or once you're scoping it out as well, you got to consider where you're putting it. So you reckon the area, fine. You're probably more aware of what the situation is going to be like, but you got to consider things like, is it on a slope, the wind direction. You don't want to start pitching things or making a shelter if the wind's going to pick up and wreck it, or if you're facing the entrance direct into wind. So, you know, is there any deadfall in the area that's going to fall out of trees and start killing people, hurting people? You know, if any insects knocking around, from termites to ants' nests. Is there a snake threat? You know, what else are we looking at? Is there an increased threat of subsequent sort of events like mudslides or flash flooding, for instance? Yeah, and that's caught a lot of people out, seasoned people as well. You know, the dry riverbed, which has never rained for X amount of years, and all of a sudden, 50 mile away, it starts raining, and you're waking up floating away down your floating bed. You know, so there's a lot of possibilities to consider, and a lot of people have fallen foul. You know, mosquitoes as well.
Norfolk UK Prepper has a question. Can any of the panel recommend a tarp to buy that's good value for money size?
So
go on, Shadow. Guardian, sorry.
No, PB, absolutely after you.
3 things: an army surplus store, tarp or basher or hoochie, or whatever you want to call it. The Australian hoochie is a good quality, good size hoochie for 1 person, maybe 2. And if you want to splash out and get the golden solution, I would say a DD tarp. That would be my recommendations.
Yeah, DD tarps, they are affordable, and they are good quality too.
Yeah,
there's ways that you can tie your tarp on the corners without a grommet, but grommets, the little metal holes on the tarps, can be pretty handy too.
Yeah, those tarps that I've mentioned have all got loops at the end and holes.
Yeah, that's something to consider.
Yeah, but if anyone's just got a plastic sheet and they want to make a tarp out of it, then you know you could in the corner get a little stone.
Yep.
You wrap the sort of the corner around the stone, and then put your cordage around that, and it will make a secure little thing. Or a if you have to use stones, you can use like little wooden pieces to make it like a toggle to secure it as well. That works well. But yeah, like we said, you know, I don't know if anyone else has got any recommendation for tarps out there.
They make them in different thickness.
Yeah,
you might want to look into that. And they make them in all different colors, of course. So if you're trying to be stealth, you know, there's ones that have like the camo type print on them, or something gray, green, black, something like that, you know, not orange.
Yeah, specifically during a lot of SHTF, unfortunately, you know, to be realistic about situations, a lot of the time when there are encounters that are negative in any aspect, you know, it's not so much the animals and type of the elements always as much as it is people. So when it does come to a tarp, it is good to have a bit of an olive green at least, you know, or military green, a mill green, like if you can get a good coloration like that. And then obviously when it comes to the quality that you're getting, you can get a very cheap tarp, synthetic tarp that will be very prone to ripping. Or you can get one that is, you know, X mil, and then you're going to find like canvas tarps that are very heavy. So you've always got to outweigh your options in terms of your shelter. And that's why splitting your bug out or inch bags or anything like that. I know that we're also speaking about alternative shelters, like finding different shelters. But when it comes to packing for a bug out or packing for an I'm never coming home kit and that type of thing, you're definitely going to have to, no pun intended, but weigh up your options when it comes to having like a heavier, thick tarp or having one that's, but realistically, just don't go for one that's too cheap, because your tarp will rip and it's going to be useless within the space of a couple of months. So
also, I think it's very important to remember that, like, for different scenarios, you need different kinds of shelter. Like in rainy conditions compared to like windy conditions, you definitely need, like, during a windy situation, like if it's like a hurricane or something like that. Fortunately, we don't get those here, so, but I can just imagine like a tent could blow away. Like I saw this video the other day where this guy went camping, and then all of a sudden there was it a hurricane or a tornado? I can't remember.
It's a hurricane that passed them.
Yeah, and like everything was gone, like their whole campsite. They had to go and hide in their like vehicles while it passed through, and everything was gone, like their tents. So I don't think like a tent would be realistic in that type of situation. You'd have to find something more solid. And then I also wanted to make one other comment. Norfolk was saying that it's important to like give kids tasks to do during an SHTF situation. I think it's so important to start teaching kids that now already before they get it, because teaching a kid in that situation and then relying on them to do it properly, you need to kind of know that they can start a fire and put out a fire and do like the basic things to not just take care of themselves, but if given a task, to be able to do it properly.
Yeah, one of those skills can be bushcraft too.
Yeah, definitely.
Kids learn by just being there and just doing it and just taking them out and just they are learning just being there. Even if you're doing it all and they're just watching, that gives them the confidence of if you ever had to do it again, they've at least been out there and, you know, seeing you put it up and they know what's going on and they can kind of, you know, not work against you as much.
What I did with my daughter, we signed her up for a survival program, and part of they get everyone to stand. They were mostly teenagers, and they all had a pup tent and all that in a common area. But for one night, they took all the teenagers out there, every age, and they had them find a depression in the soil. They took them into the woods, deep woods. Now build a shelter with no tools. So they taught them how to find a depression in the ground, clear it out, and take sticks and lay it across a very, very low shelter to the ground.
Awesome.
And cover it with leaves and forest materials for insulation. And then they were required to stay the night in that shelter.
Awesome.
And my wife paired up with my daughter was like 14. Her partner was like 17. The two young ladies made a shelter, and they were allowed to put a sleeping bag in there with them. That was the only tool they could bring. Yeah. And I asked her, well, how did you fare out? She said, you know what, Dad? It was surprisingly warm. The two girls next to each other in a low profile shelter, they stayed warm all night. So
that's awesome.
If you can
and they
afford
built confidence.
Yes. If you can afford it, if you can find a program like that, send your kids to a program like that. Now I know my daughter, she can be in an emergency situation and she can handle herself. So
another
piece of advice.
A top tip for tarps and stuff like this, especially military tarps. The military tarps I've used have all got one thing in common. If you get a hole in them, you might have punctured it with a tree branch or a twig or something like that, or a sharp stone. Then when you can either repair it there and then. A bit of duct tape works well. Always carry some duct tape with her. They repair the holes quite easily. So when you're repairing them, top tip is don't make a square. When you get a bit of duct tape, cut it in a circle. Don't make it a square, because squares, anything with a corner, the ends tend to lift off. Circles will last longer. And also, whilst when you come back and you're cleaning your kit, because you might have been out practicing or whatever, if you've got any big holes in there or any holes in the tarp, if you get a warm iron, hot enough so it's not going to melt the tarp, run it over where the hole is, and it should seal it back into position. So you're sort of melting it back. Doesn't work with a hole that's too big, obviously, but that's one sort of remedy.
So I wonder if Over Yonder is still around. I saw Over Yonder drop an interesting comment. What are you trying to survive from a zombie apocalypse? Laugh out loud. That's a rather most interesting comment. And if I can just respond to it just for a second, and I'll cover it within 20 seconds. All we're trying to do is pragmatically approach the situation. You know, when it comes down to what could be ahead of us, a person can easily just look at throughout what's happened throughout the past, and it's extremely easy to spot that it would have been very, very beneficial, most beneficial indeed, for people to have had at least some sort of second kind of plan, or to be slightly more self-reliant when a enormous amount of things, really gigantic amounts of scenarios have played out against the human race before. And it's definitely illogical in every single way to not at least have some sort of self-reliance capability, and to run these projects, which are thought experiments, every weekend, and for us to catch up with people who are like-minded. That ends up being the case that we can share knowledge across one another. And I think that that's one of the best things that you can do. And that's pretty much it. Yeah. So if over yonder you're still here, it's an interesting question that you pose. I do not believe that zombie apocalypse is one of the top leading things. I think that weather disruptions, I think, are one of the biggest things. I think that a lot of the time, fires, mass fires that occur to people's homes realistically, consistently across the world. I think that, you know, specifically here, shortages of electricity are one of the biggest things on my list as well, if you had to ask me what we really are prepping for. I think that power outages are very high up there. Not only power outages, but the kind of banking's fragility is increasing year by year. And that means that they can target the banking systems, and then you really are going to be in a bit of a pickle there. So I doubt you're even still here. I don't know if you are, but it's quite interesting just to engage in these type of topics. But that's pretty much what we're trying to cover, is just to try and be a self-reliant, so that when we pick up newspapers or read articles in any sort of media form, then what we're seeing essentially is that instead of having that fear or anxiety around those scenarios, rather taking them in stride and understanding how we can apply our current skill set to those things as well.
I think, yeah, the people have got to think of the worst case scenario, and the worst case scenario isn't just building a improvised shelter. It's building an improvised shelter that will secure you away from the bad people. Hence the camouflage sort of solution to it all. But you don't, you know, in most cases, if you are in a disaster scenario or a survival scenario, you would want an orange tarp and, you know, bright colors and stuff like this. So just, you know, if people are going out on a trip into the backwoods, for instance, and they want some sort of improvised sort of shelter, then pick the bright orange tarp as opposed to the camouflage tarp. Leave that to your sort of last worst case scenario, bug out in the woods sort of plan, if that's going to be the case. But either way, no matter what sort of improvised shelter you're building, you've always got to make the opportunity for fire, you know, to provide your light, your cooking, your warmth. So clock that into the factor straight away, which highlights something that Guardian said earlier about the bushcraft element. You know, you're improvising, and you might not necessarily have the resources around you to build your shelter. So the bushcrafting element comes into it, where you're harvesting natural resources from around you in order to either build it completely or bolster up what you've already built. So,
yeah, you take what you have, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know,
Yes.
you might have the tarp, you might not have any string, you might have any bungees, so you know, might not have any pegs, so you can craft pegs out of bits of wood, and so on and so on and so on. You know, and you know, all this combined, you've got to have the ability to make fire, because without that, you're going to start suffering. You know, you're going to get cold. You're not going to have the ability to potentially ward off wild animals. You can cook with it, etc., etc. And obviously, depending on how large the fire is, will depend on your need to be rescued or to be seen or smelt by other people, if you want to be a bit more covertly, you know.
I would like to bring up a topic. It's I have got a sheet of very thick plastic that I ordered just for this possibility of prolonged power failure, and I live in a fairly cold climate. I have not done this yet, but it is something you should consider. Learn how to build a shelter inside your home.
Yeah.
There's a really good movie that shows this. It's called #Alive. The young lady is in an emergency situation and she's into the outdoors. She set up her pup tent inside of her apartment to keep herself warm. So the very, very thick sheet of plastic, it's an enormous roll. I can put that over my windows and my doors to prevent cold air from entering. And we can also make it into a shelter in the living room. So we could condense our heat. So just the wife and my son and I, just for us to stay warm in a temporary shelter inside the house. Consider that, guys.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's the other need for an improvised shelter is repairing your existing one as well. So if people are really serious about preparedness and their home, then they should look at things like plastic sheeting because it's such a useful resource.
Yes, it is.
There's a lot of instances where a lot of scenarios where your windows can get blown out or destroyed. So they're a good window replacement. Duct tape, nails, plastic sheeting, because you've got no windows, you've got all the elements coming in. And if you've got wallpaper, for instance, something as simple as, if you've got wallpapered walls, they're going to get wet, they're going to start getting saturated, they're going to start soaking up incoming rain and so on. So sealing yourself off from the external elements by using something as simple as plastic sheeting is a key one. Or even, something we're seeing in many instances with hurricane preparation is using plywood or chipboard or marine plywood panels to in place your windows, or to protect your windows from getting smashed, or repairing the hole and so on. But plastic sheeting is probably better because it lets light in as well.
Yeah, it also helps to hold the heat in and the cold out if you put a large piece of plastic sheeting over top of
There's
even
something
an unbroken window. Is your windows?
Yeah, exactly. Something which I don't know if many people have heard about. It's called the super shelter, and it's an improvised shelter which is so efficient. It's quite unbelievable, actually. Basically you orientate it and set it up in such a way in conjunction with a campfire, where it could be minus 23 degrees Celsius outside, but inside your shelter it's plus 20-ish, completely survivable inside without a sleeping bag. You just using survival blanket, the 4 mirrored type survival silver survival blankets, and see-through plastic sheeting. So people want to look that up. It's a good thing to consider. It's called a super shelter, and use it in conjunction with fire of a certain size, and there's various dimensions, but they are very effective as well as things like parachutes. An old parachute which can be stuffed into a small area, and when you expand it out, can make a massive undercover area. Good for a communal area, actually, parachutes, and you'll find them in a lot of these survival bushcraft courses where you're all under getting a lesson from the instructor, and they use this sort of thing. It's quite common to see. Plastic sheet and repairing damage and all this sort of stuff. I mean, a good practice. I've got this on my my other location. Every window, I've got a piece of thick gauge plastic that will fit that window, because we all know how fragile glass is.
Yeah, it is
pretty common for it to, unless you're doing what Bob does and get some of that film you put over your windows.
Yeah, I put the vinyl sheeting over the windows already so that they don't shatter. Yeah, all the way around the house. Yeah.
Because that, you grass smashes or anything like that, but it's still intact for a certain extent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If I could add just a movie recommendation, I typed it in the side chat. Hashtag Alive. It's a Korean film.
Oh yeah.
And it's about two people that live on the opposite side of a square where they're in apartments. One is a single young lady, the other is a single young man. It's a zombie movie, but there are lessons to be learned because the young man is he's a video game addict. That's how he spends his life, totally unprepared for anything. The young lady across the courtyard from him, she's into mountain climbing and the outdoors. Look at the difference of comfort level that those two people have. Like she was the young lady that I was mentioning. She set up her pup tent in her apartment. She could put a lantern in there, and it would conceal her from light from being able to be detected. It dampens noise down, and it kept her warm. While Jocko across the courtyard has nothing. His mom left him money to get food in the house, and he played video games instead. It's a good good movie to watch. How not to be and how you should be. You understand?
I agree.
Yeah, excellent movie. It's worth a watch.
I need to take a look at that movie. I haven't watched that one, so I need to do it. So that will be on my list too.
Koreans make some good zombie films, actually.
Mm-hmm. They do, yeah. But the basic foundation of that movie is about internet addiction. The young man is addicted to internet video games. The young lady, she's physically fit. She's got tools and experience. She had much more comfortable. She had to feed this guy because he was so incompetent because of video game addiction. You understand? That's the basic of the movie, but it was excellent movie. I really recommend you watch it. But if you're okay with a zombie movie,
yeah, I'm okay with that. I like zombie movies.
You can still learn a lot though from even though there's zombies in it. You can still learn a lot from the choices and the attitudes and things like that. The mentality.
Yep.
Yeah, the same thing with The Walking Dead.
You need to make sure you're using your tools and practicing with your tools. Because, like, for instance, when I went on one of the camping meetups with a bunch of the YouTube people, I challenged everybody. I said, "How many here has one of those in your bag?" It's like a string, which is supposed to cut wood. It's supposed to be like a little chainsaw, manual chainsaw.
Wire saw.
How many has that? Okay. How many have used it? Okay. Well, let's all go out and try to see if we can cut wood with it. You would be surprised how hard it is. And it is very time consuming. And if you've got a limited amount of time to get your fire going before it gets dark or whatever,
you can do the job faster with an axe.
Yes. So practice with your tools because it was a lot harder, a lot trickier than everybody assumed that we just have one of these in our bag, and it turned out a lot of people hadn't even tried it.
That's why I recommend those pruning shears I showed you guys. Throw away that wire saw, get a pair of pruning shears, clip, and you've got a mountain of tinder stacked up in a matter of minutes, and it makes no noise, no effort.
We used to be issued those wire saws in survival kits, and that was the first thing that got tossed out the window and replaced with something else.
Yeah.
Those
wire saws has a tendency to break.
Break. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. A friend of mine experienced that. Oh, I'm going to test. Snap. It had a ring on each end. Snap. The ring broke right off. So it's like.
Yeah. Some of them are heavy. Some of those like axes and multi-tools and shovels and things, they can be kind of heavy. So you got to kind of balance that out with what you're wanting to carry and how durable and useful it really is. I have the shovel, but I would rather have it in my trunk than be carrying it. One of those little foldable shovels.
Yeah, it's pretty much the difference between when you start going and leaning on more tools in a bug out kit. That's where you start looking at an inch. I'm never coming home kits essentially, and that's the difference between your kind of EDC bug out bag compared to like a kit that's essentially made for long term. Is those tools absolutely are become the heaviest part of it. Like, I love that, CR. I saw this coming.
And water's heavy. You know, if you have to
You should check out.
carry water with you, it's heavy. So you have to consider that amount of weight that you're carrying also.
I'm gonna blow my own horn for a moment, but I've got a playlist on my channel. It's multiple videos where over the course of a summer, I found an abandoned orchard of different types of nut and fruit trees that was being overgrown. And I used pruning shears, hand shears and lopping shears, and I wired them onto my backpack, and I'd have to hike into this area. And over the course of a summer, I cleared out a vast amount of area of blackberries and feral plants and saved that orchard. Think about pruning shears. Think about it. You know, there's lopping shears, and then there's anvil shears. They're lightweight. You can carry them on your backpack, and they make no noise at all. And that's exactly what they're made for. The wire saw, you know, I did not bring an axe out there or a bow saw, just pruning shears. And I cleared a lot of area by hand, you know. Just think about it, guys.
Good point.
They've also got to consider, you know, the safety gear as well. You know, I mean, when you go from normality to a sudden need to make an improvised shelter, you might have evacuated, you might have, you know, your home might have been half destroyed or whatever, and you're now in a position where you need to make an improvised shelter. You're now using tools that you wouldn't have used 10 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, 2 hours ago, etc. And you're now thrust into a position where you're using axes, knives, saws, for instance, and people will get, you know, nicks and cuts and potential for increased infection and stuff like that in their fingers, arms, legs, etc., etc. Even I'll tell you a funny one which people don't even realize is, for the average sort of person who doesn't go out, and that's, you know, doesn't go out, you know, in an outdoor environment, say bushcrafting it, and we're talking now at 98% of the population, including us lot, you know, is I've found that when you start to go out within the first 3 or 4 days, just pulling on bits of string, pulling on this, pulling that, you could be pulling the strap up, trying to tighten a bit of string, bending branches around, the ends of your fingers around the nails, the skin starts to rip away. Not necessarily visibly, but all the ends of your fingers start to get sore. And so, you know, the need for a pair of good quality gloves is also essential. Eye protection as well.
I agree on the gloves.
Yeah,
a good pair of gloves is like as valuable as, you know, good pair of boots, a good tarp. You know, you were asking about the tarp earlier. I don't think you would ever regret putting the extra money into a good quality tarp.
I mean, it don't have to be, the gloves don't have to be necessarily, you know, thick or anything like this, but I would say, you know, heat-proof gloves, that's a bonus, because, you know, when you're starting to you know, dealing with fires, open fires and flames and stuff like this, a lot of minor heat injuries, first, second degree burns are going to be prevalent, and that sort of impairs you then to start doing all sorts of manual work with your hands. Waterproof, yeah, that's a bonus, but a good solid pair of work gloves is ideal, along with a good pair of eye protection as well. I've seen countless people, you know, with eye injuries walking into branches. They get a twig in the eye, a branch in the eye, especially at night when they wake up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's a classic.
Yeah, and
it
then
happened to me once.
Right, and then you're dealing then with someone who's got an eye injury, which is, you know, a very complex area. They've, you know, potentially lost the ability to see out of that eye for days, best case scenario, whatever.
Yeah, a
So-
good pair of gloves is good even if you're in like an urban environment, because say there's an earthquake, a hurricane, a flood, whatever, tornado in a urban area, and you've got a lot of broken things and things that you're trying to move, and
And if
pieces of sharp metal.
If people don't believe what you've just said, they want to look at the aftermath footage of one of the tsunamis, say the 2011 one, and you'll see the amount of debris and destruction piled high up with twisted bits of metal, wood, nails everywhere, broken glass, etc., etc. And yeah, decent pair of footwear and gloves. There's a specific glove that is dedicated to searching for victims, and they're called extrication gloves, and they're like a thin glove, but they're bolstered up on the hand, the palm area, and tops of the finger areas with solid bits of rubber and stuff like that. That they're good to look into if anyone's interested. But that's that's PPE, so yeah, I mean that will be sort of pertinent to things anywhere from a snowy environment where you need gloves to stop fingers getting frostbitten, to roaming around the undergrowth with all sorts of plants that you don't want to get in contact with, to an urban environment where you're dealing with rubble and nails and stuff like this. And it just complicates things when you start getting little nicks in your fingers, little cuts here and there, and it just adds up and adds up and adds up. Before you know it, you've got a handful of cuts and nicks, stings and abrasive stings from plants, and your potential for infection and stuff like that just increases. It's not good, really.
Yeah. Now, just I put in the side chat. That's a playlist that I've got of what I learned over the course of a summer at #Orchard. It's on my channel. I've got a whole playlist of all the tools that I used to clear out a massive area by hand every Sunday for better part of the summer. Just basic pruning tools and a few things like that. Even a folding stool to take with me and all that. Boots, gloves, all that. So good. Learn from my experience. This is real stuff. It's not a proposed, or it's real. It's what I did. But the tools and the methods that I used to clear out an old abandoned orchard and saved all those trees.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
You can also get things like dedicated survival bags. If brightly coloured, they're basically in one large plastic bag, really. But if you know what you're doing, you can fill it full of leaves to increase insulation, dry leaves. You can double bag it, and in between the two bags, put leaves in there to increase insulation. You can get bothy bags that are available in UK, which are like a really thin Gore-Tex-like material, brightly coloured, and in the event of you can't get off the mountain, for instance, you just pull it over yourself and you just sit there on it, and it protects you from the elements. And that's the basics, isn't it? Protecting yourself from the elements, wind and rain. It goes a long way to regulating your body temperature stuff.
Staying dry.
Yeah, staying dry.
Yeah, that too.
Even those, I've even looked at those shelters that the hotshots get, the firefighters. They get a firestorm shelter, and it's in a little bag because fire can rip through areas within seconds, and they pull it out of the bag. It's like a small tunnel tent, if you like, made of silver foil, and you protect yourself from that. I suppose that could be used if people who want to look at sort of all sorts of different solutions. But as far as improvisation goes, you wherever you are, there will always be something harvestable. Whether that's trees and foliage that you can use, start bushcrafting something into a shelter that I've hoped people have recce'd and sort of scoped out and have the ability to build, or you could be harvesting things like bits of tin roof, wriggly tin roof, corrugated tin roof, bits of building material from destroyed buildings, bits of wood, bits of tarp, and people will be surprised when the need is there of what you can actually make. But like we said, it becomes really, really complicated and more complex when you've got kids involved. Say the classic family of 4, and you haven't all practiced. Very difficult. Very difficult. Hence the need for a sort of pre-thought out system. A tent, a festival tent, worst case scenario, or roll a tarp. Like we already mentioned and stuff like that. You could find yourself in the state where you don't even have to make any sort of shelter. You could have pre-recceed a cave, for instance. Fallen trees is a good one.
Yeah, or if you have a natural, what do you call it? Can you call it a ditch?
Hollow in the ground.
Yeah, hollow in the ground. You can, and if you don't have any, you can just easily build a roof on it. And
yeah, exactly. One thing we used to tell you another one. Just about everyone in the British Army would have built something called a Stage 3 fire trench. And basically, what it is it's a sheet, like a basher tarp.
Yeah. Well,
you dig a trench 3 or 4 foot deep, and you build up the sides. All the stuff that comes out the trench, you build up the sides, around the edges of the hole in the ground you build in, and you're basically digging a rectangular trench 3 or 4 foot deep, and you peg out your tarp over the top of the trench, obviously with a little area to get in and out, and then you peg it out so it's nice and tight. Obviously, it's a bit more in depth to it than this. You use string and stuff like this, but you then take all the spoil that you've taken out of the hole and you put it over the top of the tarp, and you then making a 2 foot odd roof to it, and that's a really good sort of place or system that you can use to live in for a couple of days, I suppose. But things like that, it's manual labor. It's a lot of energy you're using. There's a lot of effort, and you've got to weigh up the odds of, is it worth, like any survival scenario, I suppose, energy in versus what you're going to get out of it. You don't want to start breaking your back making this massive super shelter if you're only going to be in it for a day or a night.
Yeah.
2 nights, for instance. It's just using excess energy. It just doesn't make sense, really.
That's a good point. I definitely, I'm more prone to kind of think about this massive project. That's what I'll usually do, and then I'll quite often attain those projects that I'm busy working on as well. But sometimes I am a person that's kind of likely to really just go like full in, right, for something, because I don't know if it's like an OCD thing or whatever. I don't think I'm like genuinely OCD. I just think it's I become very obsessive and fixated on the thing that I'm like getting into, so I give it like genuinely my all. So the problem with that is that when it comes to shelters, if you do plan on like a short to medium term, and you're building all of this big shelter and you've gone and used all of that energy that you could have been using on like attaining other resources, you definitely have you're going to be running into problems. I agree. It's a good point, PV.
Exactly, and that's what it's all about. I mean, you're going to be limited with the amount of food, probably, and water you've got with you, or it's available. You may not even know when the next aid is arriving, for instance, and so on and so on. So it's a massive point. It's a massive point, that is. Yeah.
Listening to, I think that's kind of why the dynamic of my wife and I work really well, is because I'm definitely a person that'll overshoot things like that, and then my wife will be a very grounded person, very practical and logical, the approach. And then it actually takes a person should be willing to listen to their better half sometimes as well, to listen to their partner, because that's the whole thing about it, is being able to learn and grow as a person and develop off of one another. So that's why I think that when it comes to listening to advice, and it's taken me longer than it should have to learn to be at the place that I am now with that type of thing, but I definitely I believe it's absolutely important to listen to other people's opinion, and just to be open-minded when listening to others as well, because they'll sometimes bring you down to earth, rather than just going on with your own crazy ideas always.
I agree 100% with you, Guardian. Listen to your wife. They no, really, because females look at something differently than a man, and they come up with different solutions. Yeah, and then learn how to incorporate it to where you can work together to solve a problem.
Practice.
That's only smart people do that, But with that said, guys, I'm going to get my day started this afternoon here, and I'll go showered, shaved, and get my coffee and look at the cute baristas. So
I figured.
Have a good one, Bob.
All right, peace out, everybody.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
All right, later, guys.
All right.
Later.
Practicing is so important, because there's lots of little things. Like if you haven't taken your family out and practiced it, you don't really know that how would you know that one of your kids is deathly afraid of any kind of spiders, and that's their hang up, or that somebody's afraid of the dark, that they get a lot more nervous in the dark, or the little things like that that just practicing and doing it together, you learn to develop ways to get along and work together.
You've got an extraordinarily powerful opportunity to basically teach a young person as well, like the things that you wish that you had been able to be taught when you were younger too, and to kind of like close some of those gaps. So I think that I was listening to, because I've listened to quite a lot of different psychologists, and obviously you got to try and just take the good as well and leave the bad in some sentiments. But I think that what was really interesting recently is just hearing about how you just got to create the correct environment. Kids will have their own base personalities 100-fold. Like there's nothing really that you can do to kind of, you're not going to be able to have as much of a input as much as you think that you do, but you just based on their personalities. But being able to allow them the space to be able to increase their craft and become self-reliant, and be able to gain in strength, and to be able to follow what it is that they're really good at. Because some people's personalities from the time that they're very young will just be more inclined to go to gravitate either towards creativity and the intellectual side of the person, like a left or right side brain. We're all different in our own ways, and some of us use more of our left, some of us use more of our right. And it's just about providing the capability for them to grow within their own skill sets. And a big part of that is being able to, and that's what my initial statement was as well about this, is just giving them like the room to be able to do things safely. So not stopping them from doing things when they come to like creating something, or if they're busy experimenting with like something, climbing something, or be there to support them, to catch them, but don't actually like hold them, don't let them feel that they can't do it by themselves. So encouraging that independence, and then that obviously has a big transition into like skill set building and the capability for them to think, for them to be able to think logically and in a bit of a tough situation as well. Speaking about the misses, I will likely, we're probably going to watch a movie or something like that. We planned for that a bit this evening. So I will say that I've really enjoyed this conversation, and I might be in later if you guys are still up and chatting a bit about maybe past 11 or something. I might be around again. But for now, I love these chats, and I'll leave. And also, if I can please, Hugo, in future, if you could also join as well. I think it's very important for us as a panel to have like new people coming in, and I love it when we do have like additional input from the community. So thank you very much for being with us. Hugo, I appreciate it, and cheers for now, PV. Goodbye, Shadow.
Bye.
Catch you in a bit, Guardian. Have a good one.
If you're doing practicing, they're going to be more comfortable kids are going to be more comfortable with, say you're practicing and you go out and you say, okay, we're going to need to build a shelter out of whatever we can find, whatever's here. And then they understand, you're going to get better participation from them if they kind of got an idea of what we're doing. And, we've done this before, we've practiced before. So I got to get creative and try to find something that's useful, so you're better off if you can get their participation rather than just trying to keep them entertained while you're trying to solve problems.
I agree. And the Boy Scouts, you can learn a lot from them. Send your kids to the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts. It's a good start because they teach you there. You have use for the rest of your life.
Yeah, it's neat. One of the reasons why I'll give people an example why they need to start looking at this sort of thing. In the 2011 Japan, the tsunami that hit Japan, there was a vast number of people who weren't found in the first 3 days because they were isolated, they were cut off, helicopters couldn't find them, and so on and so on. So they were left to their own devices.
Hey dear love, good to see you.
And,
hey guys, good evening all.
All right. So these people, so those that were left out on a limb on their own, a large portion of those died in the first 3 days. And the two common factors that caused death, the top one was hypothermia.
Yeah, exposure.
And the second one was dehydration. So, you could say, okay, dehydration, and it was, there was snow on the ground in many places when that tsunami hit in Japan. You could probably say that the people who died from hypothermia or exposure, would their situation have been different if they'd have made a better or more prepared shelter, you see? So, and also you may not be in a fit position to do it. You might have been injured.
Yeah.
You also, might have been in the position where you're teaming up with people you've never even seen before because all survivors are thrown into the same situation, same location. You can't extract yourself because of debris everywhere. So work together. Harvest the resources around you, ingenuity, except motivation. Nothing more motivating than having to build something because if you don't build it, you're not going to be able to get warm or sleep that night, And the people who did go to shelters in that tsunami aftermath, they found themselves, even the people who weren't even in the tsunami zone, the people who were at work in Tokyo, for instance, a lot of them couldn't get back home because all the train services were cancelled and so on. And all these people found themselves living or sleeping at least one night, 2 or 3 nights mostly, in sort of communal designated evacuation places. And they just literally, and the blankets were in short supply, food was in short supply, and they were finding themselves sleeping on the floor with just their coats as a sort of a blanket for at least one night. You say, it's survivable, fair enough, but it's uncomfortable and it has a knock-on effect because the next morning you're very tired, you're freezing cold, etc., etc. It just adds to it, but that's just a sideline thing. It's more of a comfort thing, but something to think about.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Like we said many times before, on this show, Shadow, people have now, we've got the luxury of time at the moment where we can look at things to get in the event of or we can practice the skills that we need to practice, or scope out things, or recce things. You might even want to recce places where you can get building materials to make a temporary shelter, for instance, or know where you can go to get them. All these sorts of things, eyes and ears open all the time, and get some training if need be. But yeah.
Oh, there's a point I wanted to make about the tarp. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Go on.
When you're using a tarp as a shelter, you want to, of course, angle it so, and if it does rain, the rain's gonna run off of it, and it's gonna be taut enough that the rain is gonna run off of it and not sag down and potentially, spill over into everything underneath. But one of the things about doing that is that on whatever corner you want to kind of direct when you're putting up the tarp, you want to consider, if it rained or snowed or whatever, which way do you want you usually want it to go to a corner, the water to run off the tarp off of one corner, and you want it to kind of trench that spot so that the water, when it comes off of your tarp, it's got somewhere to go. It doesn't go back underneath where the people are. You want to kind of trench it away from your shelter so that the water runs off of your tarp, hits that little bit of a trench, and then, and it's running away so that when it does stop raining or whatever and it dries out, you have a chance of, you don't have big puddles and everything there that you're trying to, so it helps.
There's a guy called, he's got a YouTube channel, In Your Yard Homestead, Josh. And he basically effectively was made homeless, and he basically bogged out to the outback, the bush, and he built his own little camp area and stuff. Multiple little sort of areas. One was for sleeping, cooking, etc., etc. But the first big rainstorm they had, the whole place was flooded and drenched, torrents of water coming everywhere. And he learnt his lesson after that, and subsequently he started to make drainage channels for the runoff to siphon away, and it works. But these sort of things don't really immediately become apparent until the first big downpour. If you're there for a longer time, you suddenly start realizing where the water courses are, where the natural travel of water is going to be when you get some sort of big runoff and stuff.
Yep, that's a mistake you only make once.
Yeah,
and it's not that difficult. Not very difficult to see those lines neither.
Yeah,
you can train yourself to sort of see those imprints. I mean, a dead river is a dead giveaway. Oh
yeah, rivers. Yeah. I'll put a link up to that to Josh's that particular video if I can find it. I'll be back to say.
Yeah, feel free to do so.
Okay, I don't want to get political, but I live in the U.S. and it's near where our vice president grew up. And recently he had his birthday, and he took his kids on a river, which I was on this morning. That he took them canoeing and kayaking on that river, and they he actually had the civil engineers and Secret Service had to go before he got there and reroute the water from this lake into the river so the water was high enough so that him and his children could enjoy their kayaking trip. And I don't even know what that cost the American people to pay for, but then I had went kayaking this morning on that same river, and the water was so high, and it just totally messed everything up. And I felt sorry for the people that were on the lake because they they had siphoned water from the lake, and that messed up a lot of people that had vacation homes and stuff on the lake. But yeah, I just had to say that because it really changed everything this morning because of the water level. I don't know what it takes to have them reroute water for an entire river to make the water higher. But that's part of the experience. That's part of kayaking. You need to learn when it, when your kayak runs aground, you have to be able to, pick it up, carry it, move it, get it back going. That's part of the learning, because that reminded me this morning of the learning that, actually doing it. Because, I haven't been kayaking in a while, and there was a couple of times that I had to get out and, yeah. And it was, let's just say it was a learning experience. I fumbled a little bit.
Okay, so I'll just put a link up there to In Your Yard Homestead's camp setup where he got flooded out. And I'll put another video up from his channel, which is his improvised shelter from start to finish as well. I'll just put that up in
That's cool.
This is a classic example of the real world scenario. What happened to him was basically he was renting his farm, and a cyclone trashed it. When within 3 months, the landowner said, right, that's it, finished. I'm selling up or whatever. You need to leave now. So he was effectively rendered homeless. So he buggered off out into the bush and set up his own living abode, basically. And that's what he's been doing. He bugged out, and that was it. And so the link I've just put up, that last link I've put up there is Josh's setup.
Wow. Can you imagine the amount of stress you would be under? Because imagine losing everything, to some natural disaster, and you have all that stress and all that on your mind. And at the same time, you're trying to, build something, sustainable.
Yeah. And he also, so he had his ute, his pickup truck. So he packed up what he could on the pickup truck when he buggered off to the bush. And, so he was in a location where he had to go backwards and forwards and bring water in. And his vehicle broke an axle or a diff or something like that. So he was almost completely screwed. And he put out a GoFundMe. I'll give him £50.
Good on you.
To help get his ute fixed up, and his parents sort of chipped in as well. And eventually he got it fixed, and then it sort of got him back in the chain of in that scenario. But the worst case scenario, you got nothing. Yeah. So you made up a new sort of setup, and luckily you can do that in Australia. No way you can do that in UK. No way you could do that in UK.
No.
Not sure about. I mean, I've heard of another one good to look at actually is in America. There's a big tented area. People might say that's quite common, but it's called something City. I can't remember what it's called.
Not Slab City.
Could be Slab City.
Where everyone's kind of like all sort of in caravans and.
Yeah, they just turned up there. It's an old
Slab. It's called Slab City.
There you go, Slab
and
City.
It's an ex-military base, and basically a load of people just living there, free, off grid.
Yeah, they're lucky because all these situations. The key stumbling block is water, and I know the government bring in a water bowser every so often, so they can top up the water supplies. Josh, same position. Water is the key resource.
And some kind of form. I think a form of not only filtering water is important, but water purification,
collection.
Right. Yeah.
Once you put the water,
succumb to bad water.
Water. If you've got dirty water only, for example, like slushy water, really dirty, stagnant water, filtering it is going to be difficult because you're going to need, you're going to need really good filters, but you need ways of purifying.
Yeah. Worst case, I mean, the key thing to do is to actually collect the water first. Once you've got water, you can then process it.
Yeah.
And default setting, if you've got loads of wood in a pot, boil it. You obviously pre-filter it to a certain extent, and you can boil it. But getting it is the thing. Definitely.
Going back to preparation, we always talking about preparation. A lot of people, you said earlier how, people might end up losing everything, and being prepared. The life, businesses, TV, it's always telling people get stuff, get the latest shoes, get the latest car, get the latest house, get the latest shirt, get the latest this. It's endless. Get the latest. You wake up and get the latest this. You go to bed, get the latest that. You're dreaming about stuff. You get up in the morning, get this, get that. And it's, instead of preparing people that life is short, it's all temporary. We came with nothing. We're going to go with nothing. All these people like going crazy just to get stuff. And as preppers, it's like, yes, it's good to be prepared. And it also reminds me of a scripture, actually. Those who try to save their lives will lose it. And those who lose their life will save their life. There's one to ponder on, guys. Basically saying if you try to save your life, you're going to lose it. And if you lose it, you'll save it.
I see a lot of people. Have you ever seen these emergency shelters you can buy? And they're basically a big foil triangular tarp. Let's talk about these foil tarps or reflective emergency blankets. Absolute garbage. I don't. What are they? At the end of the day, what they are is a big plastic sheet covered in, silver. They're a silver sheet of plastic, basically. And I think more than anything, they give a placebo effect more than anything. But yes, they might take some, shield you from the wind and the rain. But as far as reflecting any heat back and pretty much garbage, really. I would always go, a basic sort of, you can't beat Gore-Tex as far as that goes. But the Vanessa says a tube tent. It's like a silver tube tent. Absolute rubbish. They're good to have because it gives someone, a bit of a comfort feel, knowing they've got this emergency blanket, but pretty much garbage. Unless you combine it with, say, a plastic sheeting and make a super shelter.
Yeah.
That's always a good option. Which are always really effective. Yeah. We used to.
What about like perimeter alarms?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the threat, really. Perimeter, any sort of alarm it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah, give away your position.
Whoever trips it knows they've gone into an area they shouldn't have done. So it alerts them, that you're there, and they know you're there. And unless you're like in the woods, for instance, if anyone's got a perimeter alarm, that indicates straight away that they've stumbled into an area that's protected. So if you're going to make any sort of a perimeter alarm that's in the woods, it should be conducive with that environment. For instance, you put a load of dried out twigs and stuff instead of tripwires and stuff like this. To make a cracking noise is far more of a natural sound than say a rape alarm with a bit of fishing line going off. Unless you want to make it clear that it's been tripped. As an early warning device, for instance, early warning is good. depends which you pick, though. That's the thing. But yeah, it's early warning devices, sound making devices are good to alert the intruder that they're there, and it also buys you time that to get ready and have a look out, see what's happening, defend yourself, and so on. Especially when resources are potentially going to be slim on the ground. So yeah, I mean, some of the Aquatic News Network there, trash bags you just mentioned there, that's always a good key resource to have. And you can do all sorts of trash bags, as we said before. You can make everything from a body bag to an improvised shelter with a good quality trash bag.
Yeah.
But as far as if you're going to hoard loads and loads of trash bags just in case you want to make shelters, then you should buy a dedicated shelter that takes up the same amount of space. It's almost like taking a bow drill setup into the woods with you in case you need to use it. The idea is how to make the bow drill from scratch in the woods as opposed to bring it in with you and so on. It's all training and skills and practice, like Hugo said earlier.
Yeah.
And there was a guy going back to when talking about you might have an injury, so it's going to hamper your efforts to make shelter. There's a few guys, I can't name them offhand, on YouTube, who've actually put videos together where they've actually pretended to have a left arm broken or something like that, and it's wrapped up, and then they're trying to build a shelter with just the right arm.
Yep.
If you like to get children into it, it might be a bit of fun. Okay, let's see if you could build a shelter with one arm.
Yeah, exactly. I would say get them to do it fully able first, and then throw that in as more of an advanced practice, say.
Idea, yeah.
Yeah.
I turned that once. I was on holiday in Spain with my girlfriend. Where was we? We was in Portugal. It was night time, and we just found a campsite, but it was evening, and it was bucketing down with rain. Wind was terrible. It was. I tell you, it was a nightmare getting this tent up.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
But we've done it. Like PB was saying, if you know what you're doing beforehand, I mean, imagine if you didn't know how to pitch a tent, and it was wind everywhere, bucketing down with rain. You're like, how do we pitch the tent?
Yeah.
But me and my girlfriend, we knew exactly what to do. Obviously, I mean, it was just a simple little tent, but I mean, it was our tent. But Bob, we set it up.
Yeah.
Practice that. I mean, when the mini beast from the east was on, I decided to go and do a video in the snow. I think it was like -3 or 4.
Yeah.
My dog thought I was crazy. What are we doing? Well, it's a drill. It's a drill, Sam. Come on.
I mean, anyone who's got any sort of preparedness mindset should be thinking to themselves now, if their house was reduced to rubble, where could I make an emergency shelter? Have I got a room in the garden? Have I got any trees in the garden I can use? Can I use a field next door? Can I use the garage? And what resources can I use from that rubble, for instance? Because I mean, there's not very many scenarios where your house is going to be completely reduced to a massive pile of rubble. There obviously are some scenarios. It was always going to be something salvageable, So, yeah, put that sort of mindset in place. I mean, one scenario could be your house is demolished by a nuclear blast, for instance. Then you've got to make an emergency fallout shelter
Yeah.
with, you know, within 15 minutes, for instance, worst case scenario,
Wow.
to shield yourself, you should have already thought about when and where you're going to do that sort of thing. And you could also, you know, improvise things using HEPA filters for filtration of contaminants outside, fallout protection, what you can use for shielding, and so on and so on. But you know, that sort of thing, it's a bit unrealistic, really, because if your house has been demolished, and you know, there's no way you can make something within 15 minutes anyway. You'd have to get into the deep depths of an existing building to provide any sort of shielding. Then you're into looking at things like air filtration, fallout protection, toilet facilities, etc., water provision, and so on. So that's a, you know, almost non-survivable, almost. You know.
Yeah, better to have a bug out location in the mountains, and better to have some kind of alarm system to tell you that there's a nuclear bomb coming, so you can get out if you can, if possible.
The average person will probably have 5 minutes ish plus, 5 to 15 minutes. And wherever you are is wherever you are. We are literally one mistake away from nuclear war at any time anyway. And unless you've got a dedicated place already set up, you're pretty much screwed, I'd say, basically. And then, even if you do survive that and you survive the following 2 weeks to reduce fallout levels and radiation levels and stuff, then you're, considering a nuclear winter scenario, and it's, Northern Hemisphere, good luck.
That would be a nightmare world to live in.
Yeah.
Nuke winter. Oh my. Oh.
Yeah, just non-livable, really. Everyone will eventually die in the Northern Hemisphere because all the crops will fail and so on and so on. But we should concentrate on a more shorter-lived scenario. Hence the reason why I mentioned earlier the need for replacement windows and stuff to repair your existing place where you're living. If you get something like social unrest, a riot breaks out, disgruntled gangs roaming around, tearing things up or whatever, then windows are pretty easy to break. So at least have plastic sheeting on hand to repair temporarily the big hole in the wall that's appeared, or some plywood.
What was that stuff you were saying once? Was it you that said about that barbed wire? It's really cheap per meter, or was it a Guardian?
Yeah, barbed wire is really cheap. We can go down to a well-known 2 hardware stores in Britain, Tool Station, Screwfix, for instance, and you can get a 20-meter roll of barbed wire for under 50 quid.
I think that's the one you was on about. Yeah, something like that.
I think it's about 20 quid or something like that. And you can bolster your security up that way. Yeah. So, but yeah, window security is definitely one of the things that fails in quite a few events. Yeah,
because I'm on the ground floor, right in the middle of London, right in the middle of a war zone.
Right. There you go. If everything kicks off and stuff like that, then it'll be a good idea to have a plywood or chipboard or marine ply wood panel in the shape of the hole that's going to be there to fill in the gap of the window. See?
Yeah, I thought about all that. I've got even things like you get these fire protectors, and they're made of kind of like it's like a metal cage fencing type material. So I can use that for the smaller bathroom windows, and I've got like a big plyboard in the passageway.
Yeah.
Just about things like that to cover them, and even if they threw, I was thinking, well, what if they threw petrol through the window?
Well, then, well, in the short term, you need your firefighting equipment, obviously. Although if it's a petrol bomb, it's very difficult to put out,
Oh yeah.
unless you got some sort of foam based.
Yeah, there's different types of. There is, because I used to be a I used to be on a building site. I used to be the gangsman. I mean,
Well, a safety rep, yeah.
well, I used to do a bit of that as well, checking the different types of fire extinguishers, and there's different types of, like you said, there's water, different types of extinguishers.
Yeah, your ABCs.
For different types of fires.
Yeah. Yeah, so fire blanket would be a good idea. Like I say, for a petrol bomb, there's not a lot you can do, really.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I think Shadow said foam, and then I was trying to remember which one.
Yeah. Foam, fire blanket
You've got
is probably
cars,
a good idea.
like people have ruined their engines because they put the wrong fire extinguisher on the fire. You know, completely ruin it. And if they use a different type of extinguisher, it wouldn't have caused as much damage.
Yeah. Yeah, either way, sort the fire out first, then
have a nice amount of water on hand.
Vent the smoke out, and then start thinking about repairing that window.
Breach.
If you're going to stay there, the situation might have gone that bad, but at that point where safety would dictate that, that night you might have to just leave, or it might just be a spurious one-off event where someone just managed to get your window, sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, a good wood panel across the window, not hard to do. A couple of coach bolts into a bit of wood, and that will self-secure it quite easy.
Yeah, because like you mentioned earlier about Florida, and they've got like boarding that goes up to protect the windows. It might be a good thing to do now if people are thinking about having boardings up, to put the things in place, like you're saying. I don't know. You might have something pre-drilled into the walls and pre-drilled into your boards, or pre-cut shape. You don't want to be going, oh, let me cut out this board for this shape for this window. You need it to be ready. Bam, it's going up.
Exactly. And let's say at least measure it out. Pre-cut the things. You can put them in the attic or whatever, or under the bed. And then you don't have to screw the actual wood panel to the wall or anything like that. You can self-secure it with say two or three coach bolts.
Yeah.
From the outside in, and then on the inside you put a plank of wood. So when you do the screws up, it compresses it both together from the outside and the inside together. But yeah, Vanessa says airflow as well. These you can drill some holes in there to also aid ventilation, and so you can look out of them as well. I know a lot of places in UK that have been boarded up by the council, that they use this like metal mesh that's very secure.
Trying to think what that is, because during lockdown there was loads of properties in Camden that were boarded up.
Right. Yeah. So also have the tools available so you can secure these things in place as well.
And having manual tools as well as electric tools, just in case.
Yeah.
You've got there's a power outage. Oh damn! Can't use my tools now. Oh, hang on, we've got sort of backup.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you have, then you can use your power tools. Make sure the battery's always pre-charged and charged when stored.
Yeah.
You might have a generator. You might have some sort of portable power station. But yeah, always the fallback plan is always go to hand tools, because they're pretty much fail-safe, really.
I've been spending a lot of time lately making sure my electronics is always charged up. My little O light, everyday carry light. My my power bank for like car restarting or what have you. I'm making sure that all my batteries, the ones that are rechargeable, are all recharged. I'm spending a lot of time making sure all that stuff, because I think recently we had sort of threats in England of not threats, but they were saying, well, maybe there might be some power outage.
Yeah, the power grid can be pretty tenuous to attack by various means.
So not only having a shelter, but having ways of lighting, cooking, as we said about water, but lighting, having candles, making sure you've got candles, fuel, gas canisters, emergency cooking stuff.
Yeah. As Vanessa says there, you need to be able to exit in case of emergencies like fire, etc.
Yeah.
If people, everything kicks off, or you need to secure your building, don't seal yourself in. You need to be able to get out as well. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's many different ways and shapes or form. I mean, we used to, one thing we used to do in the army is we used to use something called a shell scrape. And it's basically a man-sized hole in the ground that's just deep enough that when you're in it, it's like a shallow grave, basically, that when you're in it, it's you're below the line of the edges, and then you get in that, and it protects you from the wind. Getting that with a roll mat in your bivy bag, tarp over the top, and you're sorted. It's always a good one. It protects you from well, the reason for that is in military scenarios, it protects you from fragmentation and horizontal threats, bullets and so on and stuff.
Yeah.
Like a hollow pit, yeah.
From the dust we come, back to the dust we go, and it's like we're preparing ourselves already, and getting reconnected to nature. Lovely.
Yeah, you see, having a good improvised shelter, it will allow you to get away from the elements, and it will allow you, if you've got a decent setup going on, it will allow you then to survive comfortably, as opposed to, everyone can be uncomfortable. It takes a good person, good skills to be comfortable, no matter what the conditions, wind, rain, snow, sun, insects, animals, and so on and so on. And the ability, like we said, to make fire and some sort of heat will go in massive way. But all this, to do all this, you will obviously need some basic tools. I would say always carry around, or always have at hand, or know where it is, a good survival knife. At least some form of cordage, 3 meters of string, for instance. Some leather gloves and a poncho that'll see you through a long way in many scenarios. We saw, as a good example of this actually, of the earthquake in Nepal a few years back, and because all the infrastructure and buildings in Nepal were pretty much on the way to falling down before the earthquake. And when the earthquake hit, a lot of the buildings there were completely unstable. So a lot of people were in the parks building their own sort of tented encampments, really, and making their own sort of abodes and little shelters there. And most of them were tarp based, really. Plastic tarps that they've salvaged from all over the place. So, yeah, the tarp is a good solid fallback plan in most scenarios.
Yeah,
for
it is.
various sort of reasons.
Those blue ones are good as well. Those just normal blue tarps are they're fantastic. Those they're quite cheap.
That's very cheap. That's probably one of the cheapest forms of tarps, isn't it? And you always see that sort of that colour.
Yes.
In all these disasters and refugee camps as well. We've got all the refugee
Yeah, it's the
camps.
same old blue tarp.
Yeah.
I mean, universally, you know, so it must be something good about it. I've got a few of those. I've got a really large one, a sort of medium-sized one, and a little small dinky one. Like you said, you see them everywhere. See them on back of trucks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you know, world disasters. You go to Tibet, you see them. You go to Africa, you see them.
Another thing that useful is a large fishing umbrella is always useful.
Yeah.
You can literally pop that up. You've got instant cover from overhead. you shielded
It's true.
from,
Yeah. I've got garden umbrellas, 2 of them.
Yeah.
I was even thinking about those, like, you know, at a pinch, you got, you know, garden umbrellas as well.
I've even, I mean, I carry an umbrella around as part of my EDC anyway, but a large golfing umbrella is quite a good little asset to have because number one, you can use it as a walking type stick. Number two, you can use it to fend off hostiles, including animals and people. Number three, you pop it open, you're instantly protected. And if it's like a large golfing type umbrella, you can literally sit down, put it right down, and you're completely, self-contained.
Good to go.
Yeah, you can get these like the fishing umbrellas as well. You can get some which you've got like a side skirt to them as well.
Yeah. You can even lay out a little sleeping bed in one of those.
Well, you could do, I suppose. Yeah.
And even they've got these bicycle tents. I don't know if you've seen them.
Yeah, bicycle tents. You can even get we can get motorbike tents for tourists. Yeah. You can get tents that fit on the side of canoes.
Canoes, yeah. For
overnight stops when on expeditions and stuff. But I mean, weighing up the odds of the size versus weight versus price, I would always go back to a basic bivy bag, roll mat, and a tarp as the worst case, and then one up from there will be a tent, because the benefits of a tent are you zip up that tent and you've got your own little bubble, then your own little exclusion, safe space, comfort zone, private area, and it keeps you away from mosquitoes and other nasty insects and stuff like that. All the crawlies, all the bugs that will potentially bite and sting you, and so on. And most of these little tents, you can buy a little dome tent, really, really cheap. It's just a case of where do you put it, where do you carry it. So whenever you've got the ability, you can throw even one of these little festival tents that just pops up.
Yeah.
You can keep one of them under, in the back of your car, just next to the spare wheel, if you like, and then you just keep it there, forget about it, and in the event of you need it, you don't even have to have anything to erect it. You just throw it up and it pops open. And then going up from a tent, well, it depends the quality of the tent and stuff like that, but you can put up a tent inside an existing structure, like mentioned earlier, or you can put up a tent and then bolster it up with things like windbreaks and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So yeah, I mean, we said, making an improvised shelter isn't hard. It's probably one of the easiest things to do when you need to do it. But it's the quality of the quality of the device that counts, and
and the quality of the material you use.
Yeah, the real skill comes into it when you haven't got the resources. So you're more into a sort of bushcraft scenario. That's the real skill. So like the picture you got on the background there, Shadow. A TP type structure, a lean-to, you know, an elevated bed, tree house, whatever it is, you know, that's a skill. That's probably the skill that people need to practice, because, you know, if you think people out there think about a sort of a going from a best case scenario to the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is literally no resources in the elements, and you are into a survival stroke bushcraft system. That is when you would wish you'd have, you know, joined the scouts to begin with, gone through some sort of training, gone through some sort of practice, and then honed your training into your environment. That's where you should be, really. And then anything else above that, you know, your gear that you purchased just in case, your practice through harvesting materials and knowing how to sort of MacGyver things together is sort of, you'll just get better at it. One of the worst nights I've ever spent out in the open was in the middle of England, sleeping in January, -5, in just a bivy bag.
Lovely.
No sleeping bag, nothing like that. It's survivable, but it's just uncomfortable, you know. So as long as you're out in the winds, you're maintaining your ability to retain your own body heat. I mean, all I had, you know, you could literally have, all I had then was a bivy bag, roll mat, and a puffer jacket. There you go. So just build yourself up from that sort of a situation, really. And like, you know, the super shelter scenario, you could adopt that sort of system if you wish. You know, I mean, all this sort of thing, survivability really comes down to applying the laws of physics, really. If you know how you've got to know how you lose heat, body heat, how to retain body heat, how to harness the radiation from a fire, how to, you know, stop the effects of wind, how cold air reacts, you know, settles in low spots and so on and so on. That's sort of the key thing. If you understand that sort of thing, then you can manipulate your knowledge to get yourself around many situations. The difficult part comes is when you are thermodynamics. The difficult thing comes when you are wet and there's wind.
Wet, tired, and windy.
Yep, and then you know, combine that with a bit of temperature drop, and you're in serious trouble.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, well, we can sit here and talk about how smart we are and do all this sort of stuff, these sorts of things, but many people, experienced people, have fallen foul to this. You know, the basics of wet and wind.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they died.
Proper professional people, you know, trained soldiers, elite soldiers.
Yeah.
You know, had the wrong equipment. You got the wrong equipment. You're dropped in the desert. You haven't got your cold gear. You're gonna die.
And no limitations as well.
Yeah.
So
get out and try it, and you know, see what it's like. I mean, I watch some of these programs with Ant Middleton, and he's got them all freezing cold. They're all shaking. They're all like all stood there, like, you know. You got 6'2" geezers, muscle bound, all like girls, all like freezing, holding their arms together, freezing. And he's saying to them, well, you know what? Being cold ain't so bad, really. All they go.
Yeah.
But people don't put them. It's because people are so pampered from day dot these days. They've never experienced even playing in the mud. Is something that we talk about like it was mythology now. Oh, I remember the days when we used to play out in the mud. Oh yeah, it's good to play out in the mud. It's good for your immune system. Like now, you know, now everything's all comfort. Everything smells nice. Everything's all pampered. You know, guys smell worse than women. Like $1 million perfume or aftershave or whatever you call it. Anyway, yeah. So
I think
we used to play football in the rain, didn't we? When we were little, we'd do rugby in the winter, November, December. Oh, it's raining out there. We'd be like, yes. It's muddy. We'd be like, yes. It's cold. Yeah. Like, get the Vaseline out. I mean,
Yeah.
What? Vaseline?
Where's this going?
No. You see, the Vaseline is good for the legs. In the wintertime, as footballers, what we used to do is throw loads of it on your legs. And somehow it kept you warm. I don't know,
Yeah, shielded from the cold and the wind.
Yeah, rugby players did it. Footballers do it. They did it back in the day. You just whacked it on your legs before it was freezing. You're playing in the snow. There's ice on the ground. It's like these days, with footballers, you look at someone and they're falling down. He kicked me. I'm dying.
You see, people have lost touch with the natural world. And, we've become more of an urbanite sort of scenario.
Pansy.
There's a difference between being cold, it's an uncomfortable feeling, and then moving on throughout the stages to the progression of hypothermia and so on. And it's where a bit of awareness and training should happen. Is that you should be aware of the signs and noticing the signs in yourself and other people as to the progression of hypothermia and exposure, and being able to react and act on those first signs. And when it gets to a certain stage, you'll get some bursts of energy. You won't be able to think properly. You won't be able to evaluate problems as well as you would have done. You start making mistakes, and that's when it starts to become a dangerous scenario. So you've got to make an effort to get yourself sorted out and get yourself in a stable, warmer environment before that sort of progresses on to the stage where you're, literally uncontrollably shivering and you're starting to go downhill. If someone mentioned clothing earlier on in the chat, yes, we said this before. You should be, it's a given. You should be in your emergency gear or whatever. Have the ability to put on clothing which will sustain you if you're unconscious, suitable for the environment you're in. It might not be the case all the time because you might be caught out in the middle of winter by an earthquake. You might not be able to get back home, and what you've got is what you've got. You might be in your office suit, for instance, and if you haven't got a warm jacket in your bag that you carry around every day, then tough, But yeah, knowing the symptoms of things like hypothermia, hypothermia, knowing the progression, noticing the signs in you and others, this sort of thing, it's a massive key, thing to look out for and to try and prevent. And if you're wet, change your clothing straight away, get it off, get dry clothing on if you can. I mean, a lot of people try and brass it out, think they're tough and this sort of thing, but you can't really beat physics.
No.
And when your energy levels, you can do, jump up and down, run around to get your blood circulating and stuff like this to create some physical heat, but you're just sapping your energy and it doesn't really work, does it? So, I mean, how it's a bit difficult because an improvised shelter, what situation are you going to be in? You should have already thought about it. You should have already, sort of scoped out areas. You should have scoped out tools and resources to do this sort of thing. But where's your good clothing to begin with? Have you got where's your evacuation bag and stuff like this? Yeah, you know, if you're out on a limb and you say you're in a plane crash, a light aircraft crash, or your vehicle's gone off the road in the middle of nowhere, you've got no phone signal. Different scenario altogether. Then you're then relying on, did you pack anything in? You know, have you got an emergency bag in the vehicle just in case you break down in a remote place, alternate comms and stuff like this? Are you prepared to spend the night in somewhere? Are you prepared to spend 2 or 3 nights anywhere? Cars are okay, but they turn into a fridge pretty quickly. They'll keep you, they're all right to keep you away from wind and rain. But anyone who slept in the car, even in the summer, will realise when they wake up 3 o'clock in the morning, they're pretty cold.
Yeah. And it's like misty
Hello,
windows.
everyone.
NCR,
TV, the real.
so you NCR, have you ever made a improvised shelter?
I have some tangents to go along with this.
Go on.
Because I was talking to Hugo before the stream started for a little bit. We were just talking about this, just getting some ideas out. Because there is things to consider, right? I mean, like I said earlier in the stream, you gotta like where you are, right? That's important to understand, right? Because like you could be in an urban environment, a suburban environment, in your home, in an apartment, out on the road, right? And like in time, you will need some form of shelter. Usually from the elements: rain, cold, heat, the wind, even the bugs, right? The bugs are getting to you, all right?
Yeah.
Right? Mosquitoes in time it'll just wear you down, right? I mean, like even as simple as having some mosquito netting as a form of some shelter element, you'll be more comfortable. You'll be able to sleep.
Yeah.
Right? And stuff like that. You'll be more alert. You won't be just staying awake for like hours and hours because the bugs are bugging you, or you can't sleep because it's too cold, or the heat's getting to you and you're sweating buckets and you barely have any water with you. All right. Because I'm always thinking, like, all the time, back into this real world, right? Like, I know Bob was talking about Alive and and stuff like that, but like things like the winter storms, right?
Yep.
In the U.S., it would have been the I-95. People are on the road, stuck in their vehicles for a whole 24 hours. And unfortunately, some didn't even make it, even for that short amount of time, right? Or the Texas freeze, like the Clark said earlier, right? And stuff like that. It could be even just because you're out camping and suddenly something happens and you're gonna wing something because your tent just blew away. Or it has major damage, right? And you're gonna do something because shelter is your first line of defense. Well, okay.
Yeah,
aside
it
from
is.
clothing is your first line of defense, but like
I think what you mentioned there is a big point. One of the biggest threats actually is the fact that if you break down in a winter storm, that is a really high up on the list of things that could go wrong there.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, and people travel, right? People travel, people go on road trips or whatever and stuff like that, or gotta commute to jobs or whatever. Even truckers, right? Steve Dioris, right? He drives a truck, right? And stuff like that. Obviously, he would use the cab and the truck as form of a shelter first. Obviously, that'd be the first line of defense, right? And stuff like that. Your vehicle's gonna be your first line of defense in terms of like it, because it's already pre-made, right? You already got some walls, a ceiling, and stuff like that, right? Because, like I said earlier, shelter making is gonna take effort, energy. And it will exert you, right? Because you're gonna move stuff, right? Even in the woods, right? If you're moving logs and stuff like that, you're exerting a lot of effort for that. To set that up, right?
Yeah.
And the time it takes to waterproof something, right? I think this is why people like Les Stroud and I think even Creek Stewart recommend even a simple garbage bag, because you can put that on your roof and you got something that will block the rain instantly, almost instantly, right? Versus piling up like feet and feet of like like leaves just to make it so it sheds the water nicely, right?
Yep.
And stuff like that. I think that's why garbage bags are like, it's easy to get, relatively inexpensive, right? You can get a box of it for, let's say, $10 or whatever, right? And it's probably gonna be better, in my opinion, than a tube tent. Because a tube tent, for me, if I bought it at like some store or whatever, it'd be like $9, like $9, and it's like thin, like thin as hell, right?
$7
Thin as hell. I just like
for one of those little flimsy little tents.
it's not even worth it, right? You might as well just
I
buy a
bought
box of
one for
contractor
I
bags.
bought one for £1 in the pound shop.
Okay, that is one
A
thing, but I mean,
tube tent.
like you can see it as they're available in orange or whatever, but I mean, like, they're so thin. I've seen who's it? Rogue Preparedness. Morgan showed this before, and other people have shown this, and it's just like it rips easily. You might as well, and for the cost, right? For the same amount of money, I can buy a whole box of contractor bags and it'll be thicker, right? Because the contractor bags will be
or even
thicker
just
mill.
or even just a proper bivvy.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Like, you can get small ones. You can get like Snugpack Durham. There's a different. I mean, obviously there are cheaper ones, but some of them combine with other things like lining. Like, you get linings for sleeping bags now. You can get linings, all sorts of silk ones. You can get cotton ones. I did a bit of stealth camping in Cyprus once, and all I had was one of those orange survivor bags, but this is not one of those little rubbish ones. It was quite a good little orange survivor bag. It's plastic.
It's a little bit thicker. It's a little bit thicker. It's a little bit thicker, right?
So I'm on the beach, but it got a bit cold in the evening throughout the night, and I had one of those cotton liner for your sleeping bags, in a tiny bag, whacked it inside this bag, and I was lovely.
Yeah, I mean, you're better off getting like some of the better quality, thicker space blankets or tarps.
Yeah, what's the well-named one?
Well, I was
going to
say some of those.
Everyone's got them in their bug-out bag. Sorry to
some of those thin foil mylar space blankets are loud for what they are, and they're thin too, right? They rip easily, or easier in comparison to a tarp or whatever, right? Yeah,
we should just buy some good clothes.
You're probably better off spending a little bit more money if you can, right?
Yeah, decent boots. Even now, I keep saying to people, get outdoor clothing. If anything happens, you're caught with that on. At least you've got something. I mean, if you're going shopping to get milk, okay, all you've got cargo trousers on. You've got your boots on. You've got your nice little sort of like.
You got a hat.
Nice hat. You got a little scarf on. You got something. People in Ukraine were left in their shorts. In their pajamas. Like, literally.
Woolly hat, Gore-Tex jacket, puffer jacket.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, shelter versus against the heat or the cold or the wind or the water or the rain, right? Those are the main reasons to have some form of shelter with you, especially if you're going out for extended distances or periods of time, right? If you're just like around the neighborhood, that's one thing, right? That's one thing, But if you're like commuting for an hour over a highway, right? It's in the middle of the winter, right? Maybe put that blanket in the back seat. Maybe put that space blanket in the back seat, and amongst some other things, maybe some cordage, some tape, and stuff like that. That way you can make a microclimate within your car if necessary, right? Until, let's say, the storm or blizzard blows over, right? Until the next day, if possible, right? And stuff like that.
As PV said, it's a big one. The people trapped in cars in this country. We get it on the news. Oh, the motorway stopped. Everybody stopped on the motorway, and you see everybody freezing in their car, and probably about one in 20 have got a cup of tea, flask, you've got it all sussed.
Yeah, they got a
blanket.
blanket in the
Yeah,
back
they're
because
sorted
they
out. They're
know
like
it's
there
well for.
drinking their soup, and like the others are
Yeah.
freezing, like walking around. You got any water? Can you help me? Like, you know, wearing their
Yeah.
Gucci t-shirt. They've got no jacket in the car. You know.
Yeah, because they're relying very heavily on the heater in their vehicle working, right?
Yeah, a dangerous scenario is you're in an isolated road, you break down in the snow, you decide you're going to brass it out that night because you haven't got a phone signal or anything like this, and you wake up the next morning, if you can actually sleep, and your whole car is covered in snow. You know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
that's a nightmare.
But-
freezing, yes, much.
Yeah, this is one understanding and learning how to set up a shelter, even within a car or a building, might be important. Like I know, let's see, who is it? Chris from City Prepping actually recommends, like, you know, if necessary, put a tent inside your home, right, as a microclimate itself, right. Reduce the space you have to heat up, as he says, right, because that's important to remember. And this is why I actually said something like a couch fort. Because let's say you don't have a tent. Let's just say, for example, power's out. Your furnace isn't working. You're at home, right? You're in an urban area, right? It's freezing out, and the temperature within your home is starting to fall, right? And you don't have a tent to set up a microclimate shelter. Well, improvise what you got. You probably still have some couch, blankets, a mattress or whatever. Set up something in the living room, right, for your family, right, and contain that heat that you can generate, right. And especially if you're with a family, let's say a family of 4, stay together, right? You generate heat together, right? Because even during medieval times and stuff like that, people actually group together to stay warm, right? Because we're always exactly, because we're always radiating out heat all the time from our bodies, right? All the time, right? We're always radiating out heat, right? Just having a simple microclimate contains that heat a little bit more, so you're heating up a smaller space. You'll feel warmer in comparison to
Physics.
trying to heat. Yeah, you know, you don't need.
Right, I've just got to just cut you off there. Sorry, I've got to shoot off now. So
all right,
I'll have to catch you.
Baton pass to me.
Tag team you
I
out.
say that all the time now.
All right, I'll catch you later, Shadow. See ya.
Yeah.
Take care, man.
See you later.
Have a good one.
Yeah, no worries. See you in a bit, lads.
See ya.
Cheerio. But yeah. See, this is why I always show up after PV.
Yeah.
I always let him start first. Except for last
I
week, but yeah.
Well, look, all these little tips, though, it's all good, because, you know, if there might be people listening thinking, well, I'm just going to stick a little blanket in the back of my car, or just an extra tub of water, you know, maybe a little camping stove, you know, and there's a lot of times there's a lot of space in the car. You can put stuff there, you forget about it. You know, it's lightweight. It's not going to sort of interfere with the car. And in an emergency, bam, you got it. And even in a non-emergency, you can set up you can make yourself tea. I mean, I used to have all this kind of stuff for non-emergencies as well. It's not just for emergencies; it's for non-emergencies. You might be driving down the coast. You might want to make yourself a cup of tea. You know, relaxing. It's not always just in SHTF situations.
Yeah. I mean, it could be as simple, hey, suddenly, you know, your heater just stopped working in your vehicle, right? Oh, now you got a blanket to cover yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Even during the commute, right?
Yes.
And stuff like that. You know, and you have some water to drink. You know, if it's in the middle of the summer and you're in you're not that you stalled your vehicle out, but it's like, you know, just traffic itself, right? Traffic's backed up. There's an accident, right? You're on the highway or whatever, and you're stuck on the road a little bit longer in gridlock. Having some water and stuff like that, right?
Exactly.
Might help, right?
Like even a serviette, some tissues. How often you see someone who needs a tissue, a serviette, and you know you pull out your little pack, and you feel like you're the hero. Here you go, have one of those.
Yeah.
And I mean, you might think, a simple thing like tissues, but you can do a lot with tissues. a pack of tissues, even.
Yeah. I mean, like, you could start a fire with that, amongst other things.
First aid, you could pack a wound. Small
Yeah,
wound.
exactly. So yeah, like I was saying. Oh yeah,
Sorry,
go ahead,
yeah.
the real.
No, go ahead, brother.
No. I was just gonna go on another tangent. So
Yeah, it's
finish
just
up.
it's still good to have like little things here and there. I mean, people quite often laugh at people that are even have an umbrella. Oh, you got an umbrella? You know, like they're like, yeah, we could just take the elements. You know, maybe when we were younger, no, I don't use an umbrella. No, I don't need an umbrella. And as you
I
get
mean,
older, you're like, yeah, it's handy.
it's one thing. I
It
mean, it's
stops
one
you from
thing.
getting wet.
I mean, it's one thing if it's hot out and it rains. Yeah, it'll cool you down. But if it's like 10 Celsius, 50 Fahrenheit, or less, or around there, right? Yeah, you might start feeling cold, just
Yeah,
because
but
the
you know,
water's
when we were
pulling heat away from
children,
you.
we were super children. It didn't bother us.
Yeah, but that can change in
And
time.
Huga has a question. Can you really drink water made with the inside bark of fir trees for survival?
I don't know anything about that specifically, nor have I seen videos on that or tried it.
What water from a which tree?
A fir tree, right? I think that's what she said.
Yeah. Can you
I mean,
really drink water made with the inside bark of fir trees for survival?
I mean, I could see something like a transpiration thing, like where you let the water condense out and you gather like dew or like a distillation, right? I mean, I could see something like that. I mean, unless she's talking about trying to wring it out. I mean, like, you know, because transpiration bags are a thing, right? If absolutely necessary.
Yeah.
They can get you some water for a little bit of effort, right? You know, you have a baggie, a trash bag or whatever, or a Ziploc bag or a clear baggie or whatever. Yeah, you can get water from a plant. You know, providing it's not too dry and, you know, and stuff like that. Depends how, obviously you don't want to do that again with like poison ivy or something like that, but, you know, let's say an apple tree or something like that. Yeah, that's where, you know, and stuff like that. You'll be able to get some water because you'll be able to sit in the shade while that's working, right? Reduce the water loss, right? Right. Like I was saying earlier, when I actually did repair a tarp like structure with some duct tape, I was like, well, you know what? It's about time I do this. It's good time for it. All right. I actually took advice from what PV said about cutting it in a circle. So I decided to try that out. Because I'm just used to just cutting the strip and just putting it on, right? Because he said about the circle, right? But I mean, like, I had to use scissors to cut the circle. I don't know. I mean, it might be a little bit more tricky with just like a cutting tool like a knife, but it's probably still possible. Because most people just, you know, lay that strip on, right? Strips of tape, right? Because it's nice and easy, right? Just cut it, rip it, whatever, and put it on, and go from there. So,
What about one of those pastry cutting things that makes
well,
circles?
if you have one,
Sharpen it.
if you have,
Sharpen it.
yeah, if you have it with you. I mean, you're probably more likely to have scissors on you or a knife or a cutting tool, right?
True.
Even if you got like a Swiss Army knife or a multi-tool, you might have scissors on you to do that.
The small
right?
scissors will cut that quite good.
Yeah. Multi-tools are not.
Yeah,
They can
the
cut.
Lebanese scissors are great. They're very good.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, there's videos out there especially from the bushcrafting community, right? People have probably seen them. Let's say there's bigger names, Dave Canterbury, Sean from Corporal's Corner, amongst my other channels that have shown this, where they've reinforced tarps.
Yes.
And stuff like that. Because generally, you know, grommets
it's a good idea.
Rip out. Yeah, right. Especially if you have the tape to reinforce the corners. It just gives it a little bit more oomph, right? So it's not less likely. It's not going to guarantee it, guarantee that
Finding
it
the
won't rip
tape.
out.
What's the tape with the material in it? Really good gaffer tape with the material strands. If you use that one for the tops, it's even better.
Yeah, grow tape amongst other things, right? I mean, even I've done that. Started to do that with my tarps.
And what
stuff like
about
that. Just
sort of having pre-cut circles? What is there a method? Is it? I wonder if they sell them
pre-cut what?
circles like with gaffer tape.
You probably could do that. I was actually once PV started to think about that because I have pre-staged layers of tape in my bag specifically for quick deployment of the tape, right? But
Yeah,
in theory, I
yeah.
probably could do that with circles too.
Yeah,
As I was thinking,
pre-made.
Yeah, exactly right. Where it's with your shelter or with your tent or tarp, right? That way, because it eliminates a lot of things, right? You don't. I mean, not everyone can just rip tape with their hands. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes you actually have to cut it, or you need something to start a line so you can rip it, right?
Yeah,
and stuff like that, and it just makes it easier, right? Because I can just rip a piece off, slap it on, and be good, right? You know, there's a slit on the side of my tent or whatever. I can patch it up fairly quickly, right?
Yeah, because you get those small little tent repair kits. You know, why not have a tarp repair kit where you've made, you know, you've got pre-cut sizes of tape already.
Yeah, but if you have a big gash on the side, a big slit, I mean, like some of those patches are not that big. You know what I mean? Like they're not that long, right?
Hey, Howie, good to see you.
Well, Howie, but I mean, like this is why I always consider having some tape, right? Because at least you'll be able to make a temporary fix. Something that will repel water, keep the mosquitoes out, right? If there's a big hole in your tent, mosquitoes are just gonna fly through. It'll, like, even if you're sleeping, whatever, that's just gonna bug you. No pun intended, right? It will, right? The water will come in, the wind will come through, or whatever, right? And the next thing, the next thing you know,
Tent's a nightmare already in the first place because you wake up in a tent and you're wet. All the inside of the tent's wet on a good day. That's camping.
Yeah, right. I've went through that before, and now I'm like, I really like with the tent I've set up, right? Because I'm like, oh, and it just randomly rained, and I didn't have a tarp over top. I'm like, yeah, lesson there, bring the tarp. It just like Hugo said, like it just prevents water from hitting the tent directly.
Right? Even when it doesn't rain, there's still condensation.
Yeah.
In the tent, if there's like 3 or 4 of you in a tent, you know, by the time in the morning, you know, all without rain outside, the tent on the inside, it'll be all wet.
Yeah, I mean,
if you haven't got a little gap open, little insulation,
and if you pack that away because you know you're rushing out or whatever, you're gonna have to let that air dry after, because you'll get that musty smell in it afterwards, right? If you don't air out your tent all the way, right? This is why, like if you have to leave, I guess this is why people have tarps too, so they can set it up to keep their tent dry and as they're packing their tent and somewhere they can stand under without their rain jacket on necessarily, right? Stuff like that.
But PB
I've seen videos like that too.
His friend, you know, the same kind of similar setup, and then bam, they're set up in the wrong place. So you think, right, yeah, I've got a nice setup here, tarp set up, nice tent set up. Oh, damn, we've set up in the wrong place.
Yeah, I mean, I've had to dismantle a cab in the rain. Kind of sucks at times, but you know, because you gotta go. If you gotta go, you gotta go, or whatever, right? Or you gotta bail because of a storm.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, something like that happens. But remember, the next sunny day, the next time you get, or as soon as you get home, you open up that tent and you air it out right away.
Yeah.
Or else you're gonna get that musty smell. And it's not only that, water promotes mold and other things can develop and you know and stuff like that, right? And you just don't want that, right? Because you want to be able to have it so the next time you set up that tent, it's good to go, right?
Yeah.
as much as possible, right? This is where checking your tent out beforehand is crucial at times, right? I mean, it's one thing if you store it inside. The last time you packed it away, it was dry. It wasn't raining, right? Okay, that's one thing. But like, if you haven't checked on it for a while, or it's like, oops, oh yeah, I had to pack the tent the last time in the rain, and I didn't air it out, and it's been a year. It might smell. Actually, it probably will. It probably will. It will
And
probably
that's the
will
difference
smell.
between, and it could be the very difference between life and death.
Yeah.
Or
If
something
you haven't, if you
inconvenience
needed
or
your
comfort, right?
shelter in an emergency situation, and your tent, you haven't checked it, it's been sat in a bag for 6 months, it got a little bit damp, and then you've opened it up, it's got holes in it, it's got damp on it, it's got mold on it,
Yeah, exactly.
and you're like, oh my gosh, we ain't got no shelter, we're finished.
Well, it's not just that. I mean, like, it's just like also checking on the poles and stuff like that, right? Make sure that inner bungee cable that's on the inside of usual with poles or whatever is still there. It's still good. The pegs are there for you to use and stuff like that, right?
Most preppers
That's
tend to use
I
their
think this is
stuff.
one.
We
I think
use it.
this is
You
why.
use your stuff.
Well, I mean, I try to. I mean, like for what it
I
is,
use
right?
my stuff. You know, I get out
Yeah.
there and we use it.
Yeah, I mean, like if you use it on a regular basis, you have the tendency to just do it anyways, right? Because you realize you probably went for the mistake, right? This is why we learn for experience, right? By doing it, right? You've learned, okay, yeah, that was stupid. Let's not do that again, right? You know, because
It's like
let's just, it's one thing for those things to happen when the grid's up or whatever, but if the grid's down or whatever, or it's actually serious, it's just that much more inconvenient, that much more uncomfortable, right? Because now you don't have the safety net, the lifeline outwards, right? You don't have a contingency plan or where you can get back home and air it out in your basement or in your living room, right? You gotta air it and start airing it out and it's raining out. Or when you need it now kind of deal, right? Like I know I mean, I've seen people like I follow this one person that's homeless, right? And they got an old tent and a new tent. The old tent has holes in it, and they've been telling me, "Oh, I don't want to set up the new tent because the rats are just not get to it right away and chew it up right away, right?" So they're just trying to get by with the old tent as long as possible, right?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So I'm like, yeah, because if you think about it, like, yeah, you want to keep it going as long as possible, right? You know, stuff like that. I mean, even like I said with tarps, right? I might actually do a video. I was actually considering on doing a video on it about reinforcing the corners amongst some things, because they're generally what they do is like they reinforce the corners with tape, right? So
Yeah.
basically on the edges, and you have this kind of triangle cross section on the corner, right, with tape, right, just to reinforce it, right, and where the grommet is, you reinforce that with tape on both sides, obviously, and basically you would put in a fixed loop in like a bow line. You probably could do it with an alpine butterfly knot too, right, and then you have a little bit of a tail and stuff. Basically, what they say is so you can actually put a peg in under the corner if you want to, or if you wanted to extend it out, if like a fly, if you want to get more air underneath or convection underneath, right? If it's hot out, right? Because if you think about it like that, it allows you to deploy it fast, reinforces it obviously, and stuff like that, and you can set it up faster, right? So like if you think about like because like shelter making or whatever can take time, right? The less time you take, the more you can relax, or the more likely you get into the shelter right away, right? Get out of the elements. I mean, like I've set up tarps and tents in 30+ degrees, right? In the middle of the afternoon, right? I'm trying to do it fast, right? Because I'm like, I want to set up shelter fast so I can get some shade going, get out of the sun right away, right? Maybe you're setting up a tarp or whatever, a tent in the rain, right? You want to do that fast because basically you don't want to be stuck in the rain the whole time, right? You're setting this up so you can be more comfortable. Have somewhere to sit, put your gear, put your bag in, your provisions, your resources into, right, to keep them dry. Even to keep the firewood, tinder dry, right, until you're ready, right? And stuff like that. So I always remember that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I'm always a big fan of like reducing the deployment time whenever possible. Because if you think about like a bug out bag or a go bag or even your get home bag or whatever, right? Whatever bag you want to call your emergency kit type of resources or gear, right? The less time it takes to set it up fully all the way, right? Not just the tent or the tarp or whatever, everything, right? The more you can enjoy it, the less effort you have to put into it, the less energy you have to put into it, and it saves you time, right? So these tricks or whatever that you stage in advance can help save you time later, right? Especially if it's like freezing cold, raining, blistering, windy out or whatever, you want to be saving time as much as possible, in my opinion. Because you don't want to be fumbling, right? It's like, I know Mark has mentioned that story of how those campers that took like forever to set up a tent, right? Yeah, because they're not experienced in doing it.
Is that the title
it's
of your
new
next book, CR?
Oh yeah, okay, whatever the real, whatever.
You
no,
don't
but
want to be.
seriously,
You don't want to be fumbling in it. What was it? What was that line you just said?
I don't know. You just don't want to fumble with it, right? Like you don't. It should be as easy as pie, right?
That
Because
would
it
be a
takes the
good book
guesswork.
for you to write, man.
No, but if you think about it, like especially if you're not thinking well, maybe you could be injured. You could have a head injury. You're not thinking well. You get a headache, right, or something along the lines of that. You're not. You want to make it as painless, easy, seamless as possible, where it's just like the transition to it is easy, right? Because things are pre-done in advance as much as possible for whatever it is. You kind
Like
of
one-hand fire starters, or one hand opening pliers.
Yeah, exactly right. Or where you don't actually have to make so many knots, right? Or whatever, right? Stuff like that. Because you've already done it in advance. Because you've realized that these things have to be done anyways, right? So you might as well try to set them up in advance as much as possible, right? Where it's staged, where you have that system in place, right? To set this all up, right? Like, I'm like sitting. I mean, I have a tarp right next to me right now where maybe I will show this. Maybe set this. I mean, I'm not gonna set this up really. Hopefully, the lighting's probably not that great in here, but you pull it up and then actually show you guys that I've actually done this. Hold on. Look at that. Like, right in this bit. But yeah, I'll show you guys this real quick. Come on, work with me here. Yeah, see, look. All right, corner on both. Wow, on both sides. I have a fitter loop in right here, right? If you're looking for a place to build a shelter, look for a brick. Yeah. Something pre-made. If you don't have to make one wall or one ceiling or one roof or whatever, it'll save you time, right? And effort. But yeah. So basically, I can put a peg in here if I want to. If I want to extend it out with some additional cordage I have and stuff like that. I mean, and this, just as this can save you time in repair or having to, source out the cordage to put into it, right? And it's already built in to the system, right? As much as possible. What's up, Doug? Right? I mean, like, stuff like this. And I mean, this is just something simple, but you could do this with pretty much you could do this kind of thing with garbage bags, space blanket, tarpaulin, right? Even a shower curtain. Or anything like that, right? You could set this up. If it doesn't have grommets, you put the pebble method in, right?
Yeah, those shower curtains are great.
you know, and stuff like that, and just go from
You
there.
can even pick them up in the
And just
pound store for £1 each. Make a great shelter with those.
I mean, I just did this with scraps.
That's good. That's good.
You know, I just did that with scraps and like with duct tape I found. This is a tarp I got for free. The duct tape I found. The cordage was just miscellaneous cordage I found, right? But, you know, I mean, like, I've actually done this with one of my Mylar space blankets that are a little bit better, right? And it actually has paracord on it and stuff like that. A little bit more tape on it, right? Just so it can reinforce the structure of it, right? Because I mentioned this to Shadow the other day when he was suggesting it. Well, showing us this is the new topic for Saturday, right? You remember that, right? And I was telling you the
Yeah, I
structure,
remember
right?
that.
Yeah, and stuff like that. And keeping certain shapes, right? Because if you look at something like an igloo or a quincy, which are basically snow type of shelters, right? They're basically made like a dome shape, right? Like if you look at a tent, a log cabin, a home, or like a house or whatever, there's a pitch of the roof, right? Like a triangle, right? To give it
Yeah.
structural strength to it, right? Because circles and triangles are strong shapes. Things like rectangles and squares, they can bow in and stuff like that and collapse easier anyways, right?
Yeah.
Something like a dome will probably deflect wind and water and stuff like that and shed rain and snow better compared to something flat. Like buildings that, like, let's say places that get a lot of random heavy snow, flat roofs, they cave in after a while if there's a lot of snow on the surface off the roof because the weight of the snow pushes down on the roof, right? Because those roofs are not meant for that much weight for, let's just say, feet and feet of snow, right? Versus
Yeah.
if there's a pitch on it that's enough or steep enough, the rain or water or the snow just kind of it can't build up to that extreme level where it will collapse it. Because that's actually what happens, right? A lot of these commercial buildings are flat, right? Their roofs are not meant to have that much weight on the top, right? They're meant to, like, you know, have just rainwater shed off, right? They're not meant to have feet and, you know, or meters of snow on top. Because eventually in time, it will buckle. It will buckle in because it's not meant for that, right?
Yeah.
So remembering stuff like that, so like the pitch of your tent, the pitch of your tarp, right? So, you know, and stuff like that. So it's just steep enough so rainwater will want to flow away. Snow will want to, like, pull away from the top, right? That way you don't have issues with like snow building on top of your improvised shelter, right? Let's just say, for example.
Yeah.
Because like that's the last thing you need is to be sweeping. Oh, everything's great, but then it caves in.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, you're covered with snow and wet and cold, and you don't have a roof anymore.
Oh.
That would be horrible. That'd be a horrible
Oh,
way
yeah,
to
definitely.
start. Or
Yes.
you'd be like, or even like I said, your tarp corner gives way or whatever, and next thing you know, rain's coming into your tent, right?
And that's
That's the
another
last thing you
lesson.
want to
right
be doing
there.
at midnight. Yeah, right. So you
That's
want to make
another
sure
lesson.
that the pitch is good, right, and stuff like that, because secure your shelter as much as possible. Like even on the shows, on the survival shows, it doesn't matter. I mean, any of one of them, right? Name them. They more or less talk about it, right? Doesn't matter if it's Survivor Man, Naked and Afraid, Survival, any of these shows in the past, right? They always tend to say, you know, keep improving on your shelter, right? Especially if it's in your survival situation, right? Because that shelter is literally your first line of defense. Without it, you're
Yeah.
exposed to everything now. If it goes down, right? Cracks in it, water starts to leak in, snow starts to build up, or whatever, right? because next you know, like especially if you have you have an improvised shelter to cover your fire or whatever, right? You don't want your fire going out, getting all your wood wet, getting drenched or whatever, because now you're gonna start back to square one, but it's already been
Yeah.
days, right? And you don't have much food, you don't have much energy, right, and stuff like that, and stuff like that. I mean, I've even learned to not be complacent about that at times, right? Because I've had an instance where I was camping out, I had to bail because this major gale force winds came through, right? I wasn't expecting it. I was too complacent on the shelter, too sloppy. And the next thing you know, I mean, our people were having issues too, so I wasn't the only one, right? This is where what I said earlier, about how I saw a tent do a 360 in the air, in the wind. I seen that. That was crazy. Then this just proved to me that the wind was so strong off this lake that we're by that it caused structures to break. Like tents were folding down if they didn't have tarps redirecting the wind around, right? Because it's basically like if you're blowing against something flat, if it's strong enough, it'll collapse it, right? Because it's just pushing. Yeah. It's like me pushing against your hand. I can push harder and harder, and eventually you'll fall in time, right? But if you have something that deflects it around, like a dome or something like that, or a pitch or whatever, so it goes over more than trying to push against it, you might be better off. That's why, like, me and my friend now, like, every time we're always like, yeah, because it happened to us. I'm like, yeah, let's not let that happen again, right? So I had to learn that myself, right? I shouldn't even have known better, but I'm like, yeah, now I never take that for granted because it's just like, because I was lucky, right? We had a vehicle to go into. We had somewhere else to go to, right? But if this was like, you're homeless or some sort of natural disaster, like aftermath of a disaster, right? Where are you gonna go? You have nowhere to go, so you better make sure your shelter's good, pretty solid for what it is, right? So we can handle these stronger gusts of winds, the rain and stuff like that for what it is, right?
You need a mobile.
I mean, I'm not saying, I'm not saying. Yeah, go ahead, Darrell.
You need a mobile tent, a rain suit, a wetsuit.
Yeah, I mean, I can. There's other stories out there where people have shown. Who is it? Hoopelscat. He put a shelter in a tent in the snow, right? He learned that lesson too, the hard way too, right? Like he was freezing the next morning because he let the snow come in. He let the snow build up on the outside too much, the pitch and all this other stuff, right? Where a simple tarp over top could have helped a lot more, right? Because too complacent, right? As he says it, right?
Yeah.
You assumed too much on it, right? And that's where you get into trouble, assuming it'll work, right? Without realizing, but Mother Nature just blew a storm in. The wind picked up. The snow was more than you thought, right? And stuff like that. Because he had issues, right? Like it's a couple of years old now, 2-3 years old now. Like he has it on his channel. I'm like, yeah. Because let's say if you were bugging out during that situation, face it, you just woke up cold and wet. You just made it 10 times worse.
Because he thought it was easy.
No, because he used to be camping in the summer, right? And he just kind of got complacent. Yeah, right.
Well, yeah,
like he just did it. In other words, yeah, he just did it in his backyard. So Kitty came by to help him out with some coffee, right? But, like, imagine if you were alone in the middle of nowhere on top of a mountain or whatever, right? Like those little hindsights can cost you.
Oh damn! I'll just walk in the house, darling. Get the cat.
Yeah. I mean, this is why. Set up your tent or whatever in the backyard first, in a park first, and then go into the mountains with it. At least set it up somewhere comfortable, so you could see it for your own eyes and be like, okay, the pitch, okay, and stuff like that. I don't know how waterproof it is. Maybe I'll bring an extra tarp to cover it too. Okay, I'm gonna need tie out points. How many pegs do I really absolutely minimally need, right? And group that all together as part of your shelter system, right? You know, like the bush country survival community kind of talks about their sleep system, your water system, your fire system, your food system, right? Well, your shelter system's gonna be important too.
Making sure you've got something under your mat, even under your sleeping bag, even as simple as one of those silver foil. What do you call those things? The
Mylar.
foil, yeah, like
Mylar
so that
space
you can
blanket.
you sleep on
Basically,
it.
it's aluminum. It's aluminum that's coated on like either plastic or material. That's why it's reflective, right?
Yeah.
There's a certain way of doing manufacturing process of it, right? But yeah, I mean, like
I
even
done a
that would
video.
help. I mean, like last year I showed this on one of my camping videos. I didn't actually have a chance to go camping this year, and I kind of miss it. But last year I showed because I was in a campground, right? They just cut the grass in the campground, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this grass is left over because they left it as mulch. I took it and I put it underneath my tent to give it a little more cushion, and I slept on top of that with sleeping, and it was just way more comfortable, right? So I used what the land provided too, right? I had options with me, but I'm like, oh, I don't even have to dip into that.
Yeah,
I could just use what Mother Nature provides, and after I tear down camp, I just spread it out, and it degrades down, adds back to that again and stuff like that. And I just went from there. I was just like, so I keep that in mind all the time now, because it was useful. I had a more comfortable experience, right, and stuff like that. It's just like this one time I've shown. It wasn't part of our shelter. It was more to block the wind, but and me and some other friends, because I was with other people, we made like a 2-3 foot tall snow wall with snow to block the wind. This was for our fire that we had outside, right? And a place to sit, lean against and stuff like that. Like literally, because I was with other people and there's other people on the lake during that time. We just did that the whole afternoon, right? It was so cool because we're with the kids, with my friends' kids or other people's kids. We're just building this big giant snowball with like pails, like 5-gallon buckets, right? Just gathering it up, packing it,
Hey Ryan, good to
setting up
see
the
you, brother.
snowball. But it was cool. It was so cool, right? Because it's just like I always remember that, and it was useful too, right? And you think about it, I think everyone hopefully would remember that we just build something to help our fire pit. That's off the ground, obviously. It was because we're on ice and there's water below us. It's like the fire pit was on stilts, like wooden stilts, so the metal wouldn't melt into the snow, right? Because you can't have that because we're all on the lake ice fishing, right? So there's no solid surface underneath you, right? So we had to put blocks underneath the legs of the stove or the fire pit, right? So it wouldn't, melt into this and like melt away, right? And we just basically did that, right? It helped. It helped a bit, right? It helped contain the heat a little bit more. Yeah. We had places to sit and stuff like that. It was so I keep that in mind now.
Well, that's the idea.
Because I think this is why I've been saying, like, in a desert environment, it's probably harder to set up shelter. Like, if there's nothing but sand everywhere. I mean, you can't do that much because you can't build it up like snow because there's no water, right? Because you can't make a sandcastle without water.
The only thing you can probably do in a desert is dig yourself down.
Yeah, that's about it, right? Even someone like Ray Mears, I've seen his episodes or whatever, and like he brings a tarp or whatever. And have something to get off the ground, a little bit of tarp to get some shade on it, as simple as that, off a van or a vehicle or a Jeep or whatever. Right? Well, I think it was one of his extreme survival episodes or whatever. Right? It's been a while. Actually, you can actually see it on YouTube here. right?
Yeah.
There's probably an episode you probably could see it, right, or whatever, right? And me, like, I keep that in mind. I'm like, yeah, because having that just makes it easy now. Now you got shade, you don't have to find it. I mean, in the middle of the desert, finding shade, you'd be walking like kilometers, miles just to find a tree with shade, right? But having something as simple as a tarp, or, I mean, even an umbrella would give you something, right? You know, like,
Yeah,
I've seen these episodes of, like, even, what was it? I think it was Dual Survival. I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was with Cody Lundin. I can't remember if it was with Cody or Matt Graham, but one of the two. And they're in the middle of like a salt plain, right? No trees around, right? It's hot as hell, right? They're trying to make shelter that they can move with, right? You know, with the debris left over, right? And I'm like, yeah, because like exposure in those situations is gonna be really, really high. They'll knock you down easily, right? Something like getting even frostbite or heat exhaustion, that'll wear you down. You'll start getting the headaches, the dehydration type of headaches. You can't move your hands because they're cold, right? You're shivering uncontrollably and stuff like that. And like, it just makes it worse, right? Where
one
some
time I was
form of
driving a car,
yeah,
and it was the car window. It was so hot. And we got lost in Argentina, and I was just driving. My arm got cold. It got so hot, I couldn't drive anymore. I had to stop driving. Sorry to cut in there.
Yeah, I can understand that, right? Because it's like you needed something, right? Like,
And I love
and stuff
driving.
like that. I mean, I think this is
never been
why.
like that before.
I think this is why like people have these sunshades or whatever in the summertime for their vehicles or whatever, right? Helps a bit, you know, stuff like that, right? Because you don't want to get into a hot vehicle because you'll just be like instantly sweating or whatever, right?
Well,
Just imagine if you're on the highway, traffic jam, there's an accident ahead. You're waiting in traffic, it's a standstill almost, right, for hours and hours, right? Yeah, maybe you'll be lucky you have fuel. Maybe you'll be lucky you have AC, right? But if you don't, or your fuel's running down, or whatever, right, then what? Because you're in a vehicle that's hot, and there's no wind. Even if you have the windows down, if there's no cross breeze, you're not gonna feel hot in that. It's basically you're in a piece of metal in the sun.
Yeah.
Right. It'll either be a really big hot box or a really big cooler or ice box, right? So you need something to regulate your body temperature, right? Obviously, water, blankets in the winter and stuff like that can help, right? And stuff like that. Because you don't realize how fast that comes along until you've been in it for like more than like 30 minutes, couple hours. You start to notice it's like, yeah, I need something a little bit more than just, you know, it's definitely, I mean, like I said, learn from, like, not just from these shows or movies or whatever. I know, like, Alive, like Bob was saying, that zombie apocalypse type movie, which I actually saw. I didn't realize it was that movie until he just started describing it. I'm like, oh, yeah, I have seen that. That was good. I like that movie, actually, too. I think it is on Netflix. I don't know if it's on, like, Tubi or whatever. You might, I don't know where else you find it, but I know it's on Netflix because I saw it on there. But even shows like Survivor Man, Dual Survival, Naked and Afraid or whatever, right? You know, like I said, the shelter component is really important to them and stuff like that. And if you translate it into the real world or something like a more likely scenario, right? Stuck on the road because of jams, whatever, right? There's a big semi that flipped on the road and it's covering the whole side, right? Traffic is like almost at a standstill. Rock slides here in out west here in Canada or in the US or in our place. I guess Argentina has mountains too, right? Probably possible too, where you can't pass it, right? You gotta kind of hunker down for the night, kind of deal, right? So having some provisions with you might be useful, right?
Exactly.
I mean, like even when long time ago, like crossing over the Rockies here in Canada, right? Like we had provisions with us, food with us, snacks we had, right? Plenty of water, right? And stuff like that, right? Obviously bags of clothes and amongst other things, suitcases or whatever, right? Backpacks, right? And I always remember that because I'm like, you know, I mean, this is when the grid's up, right? So we can go into town in time, right? But while on the road, right? You know, you're hundreds of kilometers, hundreds of miles away from a town, right? Just having some snacks and water with you, right? Can help, right? And always, you know, you always make sure your fuel tank's up as much as possible. Fill up when possible, right? And stuff like that, right? Just in case, for whatever reason, there's issues with the next gas station or whatever, right? You know, stuff like that. And this is while the grid's up, right? I can just imagine if the grid's down, you're trying to bug out. Or evacuate or whatever, right? That'd be even much harder without provisions of some sort, right? Or gear or resources, right? And a plan too. So, okay, Chandler, this is where you take over because I've been talking for like since I got here. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
gonna shut up.
and now Bob
I
is
want to.
back.
Oh, yeah. I want to hear your thoughts because I just gave my thoughts on this, both in terms of like survival reality TV, to the real world, to kind of that fantasy zombie apocalypse type of world, right? I mean, there's things you can learn from it, you know. There's some entertainment value, but then there's other things to keep in mind. It's like, oh yeah, I should keep that in mind.
Hey, evil girl. Good to
Yeah,
see
of
you
course.
again.
Like for example, don't let the zombie bite you. Whatever you do.
Well, okay. I mean, we can see. I mean, like, actually, I gotta remember Halloween's on a Friday, so like, that Saturday before Halloween, we could do a live stream for that. Shadow. Hey, that's a topic right there. That's a topic right there, right? All right. But you know, and stuff like that. Always remembering stuff like that,
And you'll
right? Keep
find out
things
who
in
your
mind.
real friends are if you do get bitten by a zombie, because your real friends won't want to kill you straight away.
They'll turn on you. Literally. They'll
Yeah, but they'll feel
literally turn
sorry
on
for you
you.
first, though. Your real friends will feel a
Yeah,
bit
they'll
bad for
really
you.
turn on you.
Then they'll turn on you. They'll go, "Oh no, man! Look, poor. Oh no! Oh, he got bit. Oh no! Yeah, I mean, your friend, the people that ain't your friend, are like, get him straight away. You're like, no, hang on, he's my friend. I used to go to school with him.
Wait.
Hold
We
on.
have a deal. Wait.
You see it in films, didn't you? No, it's my wife. Yeah, but hang on, she's a zombie now. Yeah, but it's my wife. Yeah, but she's a zombie now. It's my wife. Yeah, but she's a zombie now.
Oh, I was just remembering another story. I told this to Fugu earlier. I slept over at my buddy's place, right? And there wasn't a spare bed, let alone a spare couch, right? I basically improvised a blanket, 2 chairs. But the thing is, because I had cordage with me, my paracord or whatever, I made a temporary ridge line between these 2 chairs, sat on it, used the blanket like a ridge, like a tent. And my friend's looking at me like, I'm like, but the thing is, I was comfortable. Right? I was able to get some Z's, right? It was just one overnight. It was a quick overnight. I only slept for like 6-7 hours, right? But
that'd be a good show.
I mean, I improvised that.
How important is sleep in SHTF situation, and how, say for example, over a progression of a month, your sleeping pattern has become really, really bad. So what is the science behind that? Where, for example, after 1 week, this is happening to you. After 2 weeks, your hair's falling out of your head. After 3 weeks of only getting 2 hours here, 3 hours there, no rest. Like we were talking about how
the real stories.
It's cut open. Snow's got in, rain's got in. How do people prepare for that? And knowing the importance of sleep.
Well, maybe that could be another topic for you, right there.
For another time, right?
Yeah, that'll be another topic. I mean, I could go on a tangent on that, but I'm trying to stick with the cover shelter as much as possible, right? Because
it goes in hand with shelter as well, sleeping, because You know,
Yeah,
if you
I mean,
if
you're
you're
gonna
not building
rest
good
eventually.
shelters
In
and
time,
your
no,
shelters are crap,
yeah,
you
in
haven't
time,
learned from
yeah.
the night before. You know, I mean,
Well,
Bear
if you
Grylls
think about it,
sometimes makes
like
some
we
really
need.
funny. He makes some really. Didn't you say a little while ago you're going to let someone else speak?
Oh, yeah. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry. I
exactly.
just had all these.
I heard that too.
Okay,
It's
okay, okay, okay.
and
I'll
then he
shut up.
started.
I'll
I've got
shut up.
this.
I'll just
I've
shut
got
up.
another
I'll just shut
story
up.
for you.
I'll just shut up.
I'm only kidding, CR. I'm only kidding, brother.
No,
It's
no,
good. It's good to speak,
no,
brother. It's good to speak.
no,
It's
no.
good that you're sharing your ideas. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Shadow. God bless you, brother, and everybody in the
Yeah,
chat.
yeah.
Take care, Howie. I
Later, Hal.
appreciate you too, dear.
Yeah, yeah. See, this is what I always keep this stuff in mind because it's like I've either gone through it, seen it with my own eyes,
That's
or
good.
seen it on the
Yeah.
screen or whatever. I'm like, yeah, that might be an issue. That might
I
be
think
an
if
issue.
you've got a
I
nice
should
little
address it.
lightweight tarp, like PV was saying earlier, DD tarps are really good, and they do a little lightweight version. Now, if you've got a good, say for example, you're wearing thermals and you're wearing sort of clothes on top of that, and then on top
Yeah.
of that you've got like a wetsuit, and then as an emergency you've got a nice little lightweight tarp. I mean, you could literally roll yourself up with that and go to sleep in the bushes.
Yeah.
In an emergency situation, I mean, some
Yep.
people.
And have something underneath you to insulate against the ground.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
if you've got thermals on, and you've got your clothes on top of your thermals, and then you've got your wetsuit on top of your clothes, and then you've got a little spare tarp. I mean, you're going to be quite. Yes, if you could find some bushes, something to sleep on. Because what is the rule? What is that rule, Shadow or CR? You might know it. We should know it. Something to sleep on, something to sleep under,
Yeah.
and
and
something
something
to
over
sleep
you.
in.
So basically, like like the floor, the walls, and the ceiling, or the roof. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Right.
Pretty much.
Because once you have those, then because you're blocked from the elements, right? You're blocked from conduction from the ground. You can stay cooler. With walls or whatever, you're more contained, so bugs can't, or mosquitoes can't just bug you the whole night, right? Because you're not gonna get sleep if bugs are biting you the whole time, or else you're gonna have to cover
Yeah,
every last thing and put up with sweat, because you're like, I gotta put my rain jacket on and cover myself. Yes, I'm steaming hot and sweating, but I'm not getting bitten by bugs, right? So, yeah.
Man, I've slept in places where there were
Choose your
snakes,
poison there.
where there were spiders, and you got to wrap yourself up properly as well. And sometimes you just got to like take the sweat, or whatever, just to, rather than to let certain things get at you. It's not always easy.
I
Yeah, I
agree.
mean, like, I rather put up with sweating than like mosquito bites that you want to itch and the buzzing and stuff like that. Because if you think about it in
That
terms of
sound
shelter, right?
by your ear when they come
Yeah.
next to your ear is horrible. Is that the female one?
Yeah.
Is that the female mosquitoes?
Yeah,
They're
it's
the
the
one.
female mosquitoes who suck blood. Yeah.
But they're the ones that
Yeah,
make the noise
especially.
next to you as well.
Oh, I know, right? I mean, if Bob was here, he would mention something, but yeah, because it's just like as you grow up and learn about it, it's like an instant reaction. It's like you hear like buzzing in your ear and whatever, right?
Yeah, man. It's like they're attacking you. Like, get lost.
Yeah, it drives you insane after a while, right? Like even Les Stroud has says like, yeah, the mosquitoes last night were brutal, right? Because you're constantly itching, slapping them away or whatever, right? Because like it's kind of hard to sleep or like relax or anything. Be comfortable, right?
It's like a Spitfire, it's like German, like, show me your papers! I won't
Okay,
let
there.
you sleep!
Okay.
You can't sleep tonight! What? We must sleep, we need sleep!
Oh, there's one thing I will mention to relate into this. One thing I have start to add in, and it's actually a lot of you can actually kind of incorporate this in. Everyone knows about bug nets in terms of putting on your head, right?
Yeah.
Well, have you ever seen the mesh from like a sunshade type of shelter? Like basically, it's like you said, it's not a tent because it doesn't have a bottom, right? But it has a roof, right? Like the cover, right? But the walls are
Yeah.
mesh, right? Like if you ever come across a broken one, salvage the mesh from those because you can actually use that over, let's say, a tube tent. Like I actually found one, right? It didn't have the poles, right? So in terms of shelter, I can't set it up as shelter. So I cut the mesh out because the mesh was like 4 by 6 feet. That's a huge
Good
amount
idea.
of netting material, right?
Yeah,
Right.
good
I
idea.
can cover an entrance with that. Yeah, I can
Yeah,
cover an entrance
easy.
with that. Let's just say my tent, I can because air can still pass through, but the bugs, mosquitoes can't really penetrate that, right? They'll be blocked, right? But the wind, the air can still pass through, so you know you're not sweating inside, right? And stuff like that. I
Yeah.
actually keep one in my bug out bag just for that reason because if I'm really, I don't want to. I mean, even who's it? Who's it? Really Big Monkey, David Pearson, right? You know,
Yeah.
because he lives in like a swamp more area, so he's always covered against the mosquitoes or whatever, or bug net or whatever. It's one of his kind of preparations he has, right? Because
Yeah.
it'll just drive you insane, all right? Having just something like that, that form of shelter right there could really dramatically help. And it's kind of hard to improvise that to a certain degree, right? It's kind of hard to improvise that to a certain degree, right? With natural materials, anyways, right? And this is without, you know, things like a campfire or anything like that to help you, or the smoke to drive the bugs away, right? If you can't have access to that, or, you know, some sort of escape evade, or, you know, you're just trying to lay low key or whatever, right? Just having something as simple as that can buy you, won't get you the rest you need, right? So you can, you know, get on your way the next day, or, you know, improve your shelter in time, right? Because unfortunately, sometimes it is in the summer too. Not always in the winter, but sometimes in the summer too, right? Where you need shelter. Not just from the elements, but from mosquitoes, bugs, and stuff like that drive you insane, right? Because if you think about it, not all, but most people, let's say in urban environments, right? Bugs will just drive you insane. I mean, even for me, to a certain degree, bugs will drive me insane too. I mean, like, we all have tolerances or whatever, right? Some people don't get bitten as much, but in time, if you're the only one out there, right, and the mosquitoes are like really bad, they're gonna just flock to you. They're just gonna literally suck you dry.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that didn't sound great, but you know what I mean. They'll bite you to death. Like, they'll just keep biting you and all that stuff, right? Because you're the only one out there, right? There's nothing else out there, right? There's no other animals for it, right? And you're by the water or relatively close, right? Or a pond or whatever. And actually, you know, it's like there's no breeze and the bugs are just horrible.
They will have you. They will eat you.
You'll
They will
just
eat-
you'll
they
just
will
be
eat
like,
you.
you'll be
They will-
wishing you had mosquito netting, right?
Yeah.
And yes, something like sprays, bug sprays can help, but remember that's a consumable.
Prevention is better than cure.
Yeah, remember bug spray is a consumable. In time, you will run out in time, right? Right. Mosquito netting kind of so you can just and besides, mosquito netting acts as a barrier so you don't even hear the buzzing. You know.
You'll be using the mud. Eventually, once your netting rips up, eventually, no more
Yeah,
bug
yeah.
spray in sight. You'll be getting mud from the river,
Yeah,
putting
because
it
they
all
can't
over
penetrate
you.
it. Like even West Stroud has shown that, right? I'm like, oh well, if it comes down to that, you know.
Yeah, Bear Grylls.
I mean,
Bear
that's why we
Grylls.
cover up, right? I mean, like you look at people, it could be blistering hot out, sweating humid out. They'll wear so many clothes because I'm like, I talk to people, right? Oh, you're wearing so many clothes. Oh, it's because of the bugs. Like, yeah, I'm sweating a bit, but I don't want to be bitten, you know, and itching and all this stuff, right? It's just annoying, you know, and stuff like that. Let alone the buzzing in your ears and all that stuff, and slapping your hand, slapping your wrist because the bugs are on you and stuff like that, right? I mean, and it could be just so like certain insects or whatever can't get to you, right? Ticks, mosquitoes, and all that stuff, right? Because it could potentially save you a lot of hassle or headache later on, right? I mean, like if you're in the jungle, I bet mosquito netting's probably pretty useful in the jungle environment, for example, right? Or near a swamp or anything like that.
Hey, Shannon.
know.
Good to see you.
Hi, Shannon. Welcome. She's here too. Awesome. All right, I'm letting Shadow talk for the rest of the stream.
Who guess is? It's up your shelter on high ground. Yeah, but that sounds like a very, very good idea to do. I would do that. Evil Girl says, I've been bit on the soft part of my foot and on my backside before. It's a fun time. Okay. Mosquitoes are really annoying.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
I was in Greece once, and my cousin at night time, you know, I was went to my cousin's house in Greece, my mum's brother's, my mother's brother's house in Greece, and my cousin said to me, I was so hot, it was really hot, it was unbearable, and I thought I was just go to sleep, go to bed, and he said, you better have a t-shirt on. I said, oh, I can't, it's not better, I can't, it's not, it's too hot. Anyway, I woke up in the middle of the evening and I was just covered with mosquito bites. It was horrible. It was terrible. I mean, the good thing is I had some mosquito cream with me, but if only I listened to my cousin, somehow they were getting into the house, and they just bit me. Just terrible. It was horrible.
Yeah.
It was a horror movie.
I think
like big red lumps.
I think even during medieval times, they still the welfare clergy and all that stuff, they had around their bed something to block the bugs, right? Because just imagine that, right? Back then, right? Mosquitoes probably still existed back then, right? So they still had to do something, right?
Yeah, because me coming from London, UK, I wasn't used to it. I wasn't used to I grew up in England, UK, and in Greece it was completely different weather. It's hot, and mosquitoes, and it was like, for me it was an experience. But I learned a big lesson.
Oh, Bob's back.
Yeah, mosquito netting. That's a priority in hot climates. It's a priority, man.
Yeah. Nowadays, I've got mosquito head nets. I've got
You're in the.
I've got loads of mosquito stuff, But I learned my lesson. It's hard lesson to learn.
I mean, Bob, you're in the Philippines or whatever. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In certain environments like the tropics or whatever. I mean, mosquitoes, they get to you in time. They'll drive you. They'll wear you down.
Yeah,
and apparently, I learned as well. There's people that have got sweet blood and not so sweet blood.
Mm-hmm.
Mosquitoes like a certain person. I don't know what that's all about. Maybe you know something about that, Bob.
I've heard rumors. That's all I really know. But, one lesson you learned right there, my friend, is listen to the locals.
Yeah. My cousin said to me, you better put a t-shirt on. And because I looked at the windows and they had this mesh on the windows.
Yes.
So I thought, well, it's okay. The mosquitoes can't get in. Somehow the little critters they got in the house. Oh.
Well, remember how small they are. Even the smallest crack they'll eventually find in time and be like, they'll migrate through that and
Hey,
get to
Ryan.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen to the locals, like Bob said.
Yeah, please do. Yeah. Well, we had sent some money back to my brother-in-law is a caretaker of our house over in the Philippines, and we sent some money for him to hire a contractor to come in and put in bug screens and a nice screen door. Because I have tasty blood. I think.
Well, you are a sweet guy.
You've heard it as well. You see, tasty blood, sweet blood.
Well, they see the Filipinos have brown legs, and they see my legs from a mile away. Look at those bleached white guys' legs. Bam, man. Yeah, they get me every time, man.
Yeah. Hey, Bob, are you wearing hats? No, just mosquitoes
barbecue flavored blood.
Something. Maybe what do you call it? Coffee flavored blood or something? Maybe I don't know. Boy, they get me every time.
Depending on the flavor that you have. Cappuccino. This one drinks cappuccino. Yeah, we'll buy that one. That's how they get in their coffee. They commercialize. They commercialize mosquitoes. Oh my gosh, Babylonian mosquitoes.
Speaking of mosquitoes, when I was 15, we were hiking on the King's Trail. Oh my God! There was mosquitoes at some certain place there along the trail. And it was a huge cloud with mosquitoes, and you had to walk straight through it. Not fun. And those mosquitoes like me too.
Well, you're one of the lucky ones, huh?
Blood.
Yeah. Yep.
Tasty blood.
I trained almost everyone in my family on rifle and pistol, so it used to take us to go out into the woods and target shoot. And my cousin, they never bothered her at all. They didn't like her at all. But when I'd sit down next to her, man,
hey, is there anything we can eat, CR or Bob or anyone that we can sort of get rid of the mosquitoes? Anything that they don't like?
I don't know. I wish I knew.
We can eat something that they go, oh no, stay away from that one.
I recall one time out with my cousin. We were way out there in the woods, and we're done shooting. Put the rifles in the trunk, and we're getting out of the woods, and on a logging road. And I stopped in the middle of a big mud puddle. The whole car fit inside this mud puddle, and we were doing something like this inside the car, and I looked down at the mud puddle and the water was boiling. It's like, wow, dude, what's that, man? The water's boiling, dude. What the freaking mosquitoes? And I had my window open. Oh, no. Man. I was, not in my right mind, mind you, but I was slapping mosquitoes and everything, and I'm like, man, these things are fast, dude. And
they're lethal.
my cousin goes, fucking floor it, get out of here. Oh, okay, man. Oh God, that was
Start
the
worst.
Car.
Start the car.
Yeah.
Go.
Get moving, dummy.
It's a little good deterrent for them. Those flamethrowers, they put a bit of petrol in their mouth and they just light a fire.
Yeah.
And the mosquitoes like, yeah, come on in. Come on, let's go.
Bring it. Yeah. I tell you what, I had mosquito guts all over the inside of that car. True story, guys. Live and learn.
Right. All the more reason why you should always have diarrhea tablets in your kits. There's no excuse, whether it's SAS survival tin, or EDC, inch bag, bug out bag. Get those diarrhea tablets in there. Or
Why diarrhea?
Well, I mean, because of the water.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, anti-diarrhea.
Yeah,
pills.
yeah.
Anti-diarrhea pills, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, because like the runs, man. The runs is terrible, really bad, because people can die from that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, you get dehydrated.
Yeah,
Pretty much, right?
I bought some of those purification tablets.
Yeah.
And but that a couple days after I drank 2 or 3 of those over the course of a day. A couple days later, I lost bowel control just once, right? So it might have been the tablets, might not have been, but I've been poisoned from dirty water, and that's 3 days of you wish you were not alive anymore, baby. That was
Yeah. Once you've had the runs for
Good to
proper,
see you, the girls are
there's
us.
certain things in life that you don't want to
Good
sort
to
of,
see you.
go through twice,
right.
or
Yes, sir.
Learn from experience, right?
And
yeah,
yes,
Yeah.
that is one of them. Don't drink dirty water.
yeah, big time.
You know,
Yeah.
if the bugs got to you this one time, well, just imagine if it was more serious. Or like,
Uh-huh.
see,
Yeah.
Bob, I was mentioning this earlier before you showed up, like where I found these. Well, basically, it's a sunshade, right? Basically, it's got a canopy, but it has mesh on for its walls, right? You can actually commercially buy these, right?
Yeah,
Now,
I've seen those. Yeah.
if you ever come across one that doesn't have the pulls, it's ripped or whatever, try to reclaim the mesh, because that mesh usually, because it's on a shelter component, it's big pieces of it. Big pieces. You can make.
Yes, it is.
You can
Good
put over
idea.
your head. You can put over a shelter. You can cover a window, right? Like preparedness veterans said, like what happens if the wind or whatever, a storm blows. Let's say a storm, right? Blows a hole through your window, right? It's hot out. The bugs are not
Oh
coming,
yeah.
right? Just imagine having, and it's a big section because it's a window, right? You can cover it with, let's say a tarp or whatever, but because it's so hot out, that means the wind can't come in. You don't have cross breeze anymore, right? And you don't have to mesh on the window itself, right? So if you had extra mesh material that's like big, right? Like I have, like I salvaged pieces from a sunshade, so I have these mesh screens that are like 4 by 6 feet. I can cover a whole window with it if I really had to. If the whole window was blown off, or an entrance to a door, or whatever, right? Just tape off the edges, right? And boom, I can get some airflow, but the bugs can't get in. In terms of the shelter components, right? I mean, like, especially places that get mosquitoes a lot more frequently throughout the year, right? For me, it's only about July, August, right? Pretty much.
Same here.
Yeah,
That's a
right.
good number,
Usually
6 by
by
4.
September, it's too cold. They're faded away or whatever, right? It's too cool out. But during July and August, right? That's prime time here for mosquitoes.
That's one thing I respect about you, CR, is you see something and you salvage. Make it work.
Well, because I've used this before. I've covered a door
You know
entrance from a tent or whatever. We can still get airflow, but the bugs aren't coming just flying through, right?
Yeah. And that's an interesting number as well. 6 by 4 is actually an interesting number, because if you got a 6 by 4 piece of foam, 6 by 4 piece of, that could be used as bedding. You said if you could find something like, if you've got a bit of mesh, you've got a bit of foam, you can quite easily sleep on that foam. You can roll it up, depending on the thickness of it. If it's like an inch piece of foam, you can make a little roll mat with a mesh in it as well. Like you've got your 6 by 4.
I mean, this mesh I have, I can fit it in my pocket. That's how, because basically it's just air gaps, right? It's just, right? And it's just like, I'm like, I'm kind of glad I took the time to do this, right?
Small single bed.
Yeah. I mean, I can make a whole thing for my body.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you ever randomly come across that, or you could get it for free, right? Let's just say, off of like Craigslist, Kijiji, Facebook
Mhm.
Marketplace, or whatever, right? Just get it for the mesh, right? You can cut that up, sew it in, and make a bug net for your head, relatively cheap, right? With sewing skills, right?
Yeah.
Because basically, if you think about it, that mesh is more or less the same. Because it is actually meant to block the bugs initially, anyways, because it was originally part of a shelter or a sunshade or something like that. It was
Use it for
used
fishing
for
as
that
well. If you want it.
initially, right?
You can use it for
Yeah.
fishing
Well,
too.
to a certain degree, but I
Who was
keep
it?
that in mind.
There are girls that used a bit of mesh to do fishing as well.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
I know Rain Mirrors has shown like melting snow with it, right? Like you put it into the mesh, the snow, and drip out by like a heat source, like a fire, and drip it into a container, right?
Mhm.
I remember that from him. So it can be multifunctional, right?
Yeah.
See, Bob, this is why I keep a 4x6 mesh in one of my bags,
Mhm.
because and on the side, just in case during the
good thinking.
summertime, if I need to do it, it just makes it more comfortable. It doesn't weigh that much for what it is. Actually, it's pretty lightweight because it's mostly air, right? I can fit it in my pocket. Basically, I almost have no excuse to bring it in, right? Especially if camping, it's in the summer, like July, August, where bug season mosquitoes are more generally abundant right now, right? It just makes it so much easier, more comfortable. I can get the rest I need. The bugs aren't bugging me, right? And it also provides a barrier, so you're not just spray. Don't get me wrong, bug spray can help or whatever, but the mosquitoes can still fly by your ear, and that sound itself can just drive people insane. Yeah, right. Like I
I'm
said to
looking
you in the
on
comment, right?
I'm looking on Amazon right now. Amazon has got mosquito netting pre-made for one person to sleep underneath for about $25. That would be a good thing to invest in.
You can
Yeah,
go to an
if
army
you got the
surplus
money, but
store. Army
what I'm saying,
surplus
Bob,
stores.
was
They've got these military style tent, sort of inner for tents, and they're like made of mosquito material, and you get them pick them up for £5.
yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, as long as the gaps
Second
are
hand.
small enough, yeah, as long as the gaps are small enough that the mosquitoes can't fly through it, yeah, you're good.
And
All right.
also, you can
But
use that as a ghillie suit.
Yeah.
yeah, I guess you can
Yeah.
add some leaves and bugs and other things onto it. But
Twigs.
like I said,
You can spray it green.
yeah,
Because what is it with black ones? Is it which one reflects the sun? Is it the green mesh or the black mesh? Or which one has problems?
I don't know, but
near do I.
yeah.
Some people said they had problems with some of those head nets because of the reflection from the sun.
Yeah, but we'll go to Bob. Like you said, that was $25, right? And I know
Yes.
you have some
Yes.
sewing skills or whatever,
Yeah,
right?
sorry.
So if
Bob,
you,
Mhm.
yeah,
Mhm.
this is when I say, like, if you can find one cheap, even free on, let's say, the buy and sell sites, Facebook Marketplace, Kijiji here in Canada, or Craigslist in the US, or whatever nowadays it is, or even a yard sale, right? Even if it doesn't have the poles, or you can get it for free, remember what you can do with the material itself. With some sewing skill, you can
Yeah.
make something suitable for yourself. Let's say you have some additional gear with you, like a wide brim hat. You can make it big. You can make it big enough to put over your wide brim hat to
Yeah.
fit over you
Yeah,
and
so
your
that's it.
backpack, right?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, like, as soon as I saw that, no, because originally when I found it, right, I was just like, I didn't realize it didn't have the poles, right? And then I bring it home, like, oh, what am I gonna do with it? I'm like, oh wait, it's mesh. Mosquitoes.
Well,
Then I just cut the mesh section out.
look at this
Right?
on
And then,
Amazon. On Amazon right now, CR, for $7 you can get a face veil that goes over a wide brim hat for mosquito netting. $7. $7.
but what
Right
I'm
out of the
saying is
box.
like,
Mhm.
yeah. I mean, what
Yep.
I'm saying is like, even if you found one for free or whatever, that's like
Uh-huh.
partially ripped or doesn't have the poles, boom, you got you get enough mesh material to make something for your body, your head, your wife, your daughter, your dog, and all that stuff, right? And you can put it on your over your tarp or shelter or tent or whatever, the entrance, right? So you can still get some airflow. Remember, generally when mosquitoes are out, it's usually humid and hot.
Yeah.
So you want that airflow, right? Because you don't do splitting either, right? I mean, like,
guys,
it kind of
you guys
sucks.
have problems with midges.
For $32 on Amazon right now, they've got an entire netting. You attach it to the ceiling in the center of the net for $32. It'll go all the way across a king size bed.
Yeah,
That's
that's very good.
want.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what you
like,
want right there.
I've got something
Yeah,
similar
like-
to that as well, where it goes in,
Yeah, because-
inside a bed. Over a big bed. Yeah, I've got the tent style one, the sleeping bag style one, the head net one, and the room type one.
Yeah,
I've experienced a lot of places with bugs, and I tell you, man, you know, they will ruin your sleep. They will ruin your life.
they could even ruin your health because you can
That's
catch
what I'm saying.
diseases
Yeah,
from those
people
little
die,
buggers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Dengue
I mean, it's
fever.
rare to get malaria or something
Malaria.
along the lines of that. Yeah, but it is possible.
Yeah, dengue fever
Especially
over in
in
the
certain
Philippines
areas.
dengue fever over in the Philippines is a real possibility. I guess during the month of November, the was one type of mosquito comes out during the daytime, not at night, but at day, and that's the one that carries dengue, and that puts a lot of people into real sickness. You know.
Yeah,
I followed a Canadian couple that lived in a city not far from where we live, and he's a big Canadian guy, and he got dengue, and they can't stop dengue fever, but they can put you in the hospital and put you on liquids and comfort measures. But he chose to fly back to Canada and get admitted into the hospital in Canada rather than being there.
Let's remember that's because the grid's up. The hospital's available. Let's say this improvised shelter, you're bugging out, it's a disaster or whatever situation. You don't have access to that. So you want to prevent that however you can, right? Hence, mosquito netting might be worth its weight in gold, as they say, right? I mean, like if I really had to like bail during the summer, I mean, like I probably wouldn't want to bring that, especially if you're trying to kind of stay by a water source, right?
Nice, Bob.
Quote unquote, or whatever, right?
You guys saw how I tried to make this hand truck work to carry those 5-gallon water containers. Well,
I remember the video.
I stopped that project. I did put this cutting board on there to give it some stability, but still the wheels are too small. I priced axles to replace the wheels and all that. Forget it. Perfume on a pig, lipstick on a pig. It just ain't going to work. But in my absence,
you might as well just weld something.
When in my absence, I went over to the coffee shop and I grabbed 2 pieces of 1-inch doweling, and I'm going to make a tool that can slip into the top of that handle right there, so my wife and daughter can do a 2-man lift on this. You know.
Yeah, like I said, Bob, in your comment section, right? That's why when I was thinking about it, I was just like, that's why I gave that idea, because I was, what I said, right? Because you wanted so easy that one person can do it.
I got good comments
a child
on that.
can do it.
Good comments on that. Really solid comments. What I figure I can do is make with that doweling and some of this cutting board, make a tool to fit in there, so the ladies could lift it up and set it on a chair and leave it upstairs. And when it's on a chair, they can turn it over and then drain water out into a cooking pot or whatever.
They can get a cup underneath or a bucket or whatever, right?
And
stuff like that to use, right? I mean, that's why when I was thinking about when you were doing that, I was like, it took me a while to actually come up with the words, because I was just thinking, I'm like, how would I do this myself, right?
Yeah.
Because if you think of it in terms of like improvised shelter and what you're saying, you're still putting a structure to there to do some sort of task. In this case, it's lifting water, or to help someone lift water or move water along, right?
Yeah.
So like
yeah.
the structure has to be sound, solid, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't want
yeah.
it collapsing or buckling or whatever, right?
Yeah,
Just like
what
your
I-
shelter, you don't want it doing that.
What I did with this little hand truck was I got some aluminum stock and I stabilized the handle, right? But with some aluminum stock, I put some rivets on it and it stabilized it very, very much. But still, I got to
Yeah.
put bigger wheels on it. And I went and priced some 3/8 inch diameter all thread and all this and bushings. And I went, that's lipstick on a pig, man.
Yeah,
you
Yeah,
know,
I
it's like,
agree.
I mean, I
forget
was
it.
gonna say maybe just fabricate something or weld something here.
Yeah,
Hey,
you know,
By the way, Bob, have you ever seen the Muppet Show?
yeah,
Don't you remember Miss Piggy?
yeah.
She had lipstick.
Well, it's kind of like putting lipstick on a pig or perfume on a pig. It's still a pig. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly, right.
it just ain't gonna work. But I learned a lot by fabricating some doublers for this. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because I was gonna mention, maybe some bigger wheels, but just using what you already
Yeah.
had.
Yeah.
And just using
Yeah,
some wood that you might be able to use right away. Something that maybe it might help.
Yeah. I priced some large wheels and some axle material and all that, and went. That costs more than twice as much as this little hand truck. Forget it. Back up. Come, throw up the white flag. I surrender. This project's done. I'm taking another approach. I'm gonna go do a workaround.
At this rate, Bob, you
Welcome,
might as
Mr.
well.
Vertigo.
This
No,
is
Bob. I was gonna say at this rate, Bob, you might as well source out something for free and work with that.
Well, yeah,
Like
but
like some
yeah.
wheels off of like a scooter or something that's bigger, or like a smaller bike or whatever, and fabricate something welded together, right? Maybe even free wheels so it can spin around on the steps that you have there, right, and stuff like that. But still
Yeah.
be able to roll, all metal, no plastics, and stuff like that, so it wouldn't bend as easily. Be able to hold that
Yeah.
weight.
Yeah, but
That's
yeah,
5 gallons. You said 5 gallons, right?
Yeah,
Hey,
I
Marianne.
run into
Good
a
to see you.
conundrum too. If I make it out of steel, it's very heavy, and my wife and daughter are Filipinos. They're tiny. The weight is a factor and all that. So we're just going to go at it in another direction.
I mean,
Mhm.
ultimately, if it works for them, they can use it, and that's what matters, right?
Yeah,
That's really
yeah.
that matters,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
Because, like I said to you, you don't want to be like spilling water over the place. I mean, of all
Right.
things, of a container like that, if you spilled it over the ground, the carpet, or whatever, now you're gonna deal with that. You're wasting
Yeah.
water in an emergency, right? Clean drinking water. That's the last thing you want to do.
The hard part, multiplying all the problems, troubleshooting, is that it's liquid and it sloshes. So
Yeah.
now you've got a weight that's swinging. It's a pain in the ass, but I think just a tool that the two ladies one can get on each side and they can lift it up, put it on a chair, boom, and then start draining it from there. Yeah.
Well, that's why I said about like a box type of design, because the container is more rectangular or squarish, right?
Yeah.
Similar to like a cart that they use for shopping, right? I mean, I've
Yeah,
seen
but-
Kaylin have something like that, right? And she put groceries, heavy things in there. I'm assuming milk too or whatever, right? So like, because it'll contain it, and then, like I said, you could just slide it onto, kind of latch the hinge in the front, and then it wouldn't be able. It'll still slosh, but it won't be able to just slide. Because, like I said, bungee cable is not meant for the weight or something heavy like that. It's just too much give. There's just too much give.
Verna Cordone made a good suggestion. She said, "Kuya Bob, just use a basket, and so that they can get hands on." But there's another little bit of a problem with that, because a basket is this tall. You know what I mean? And then the ladies have got to lift it up, put it in the basket to be able to pick it up and carry it. So there's all kinds of considerations when you're dealing with small Asian chicks. They're tiny, man.
Yeah.
And I want to
Well,
make
I
sure
mean, it
that
could.
the
I
ladies
mean,
the
like,
ladies don't blow their back or shoulder out,
oh
during,
no, oh yeah,
yeah.
that'd be even worse, right? Because
Uh-huh.
now they're less able to do anything. Now they're bedridden again, or
Yep.
whatever, right?
Yep. Mhm.
Whole host of problems because of something like that, right? So that's why you're doing it, right? You're trying to make a system that's painless, easy. Maybe even
Yeah.
one person can do it only, right?
Yeah.
A child
Yeah.
can do it, and
It's
stuff
like
like that. And once you get
that's
there, you'd be like, yeah, this is golden.
only about this much of my brain still works normally. That's about it. About maybe this much, but when I go into engineering trying to design something, it's like all these different factors go into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Bob, like, I don't know. Do you lift this with one hand or two?
I can. My son can.
Yeah.
My wife and daughter could lift it up off the floor and pick it up and drop it, pick it up and drop it,
But not putting
but
it on a counter or a table is more difficult.
not likely.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're tiny, dude. They're little tiny Asian chicks. So yeah, I just want to
Yeah.
make sure that if my wife or my son and I are not available to help, they've got the tools to be able to do the job by themselves,
Or you guys are injured or whatever, right?
right.
Dislocated
Sick.
shoulder, broken arm, or
Mhm.
something like that. Yeah, you're not
Yeah,
needing this
yeah.
help, right? It's good to think
That's
about this beforehand because then, if something
Mhm.
does arise or whatever, you have that option
That's
set
right.
in advance. It's
Yep.
it's done in advance. It's staged in advance, right? So it
Yeah,
takes
exactly.
a lot of the problems out of the equation because you've already thought them through.
And that's why
You
they
know,
call us preppers.
How am I going to move water from the basement all the way to the second floor?
And that's why they call us preppers.
Right.
Prepare before
And
it
I'm not
happens.
that strong.
Mhm.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Because then you're mitigating a lot of the problems later down the road.
Mhm. That's what my project coming up is
Okay.
going to be, and I'll show the finished product when I get done.
Yeah, because I'm really interested to see what you come up with. I mean, I can come
Yeah,
up with ideas too, but
I thought
you're the
okay,
one with it, right? So, I mean,
I got those 2 big pieces of wooden doweling, and I also bought some wooden wedges to maybe fasten a wooden wedge onto the doweling and push it into the handle and tap it. Now it's not going to move at all. You know what I mean? Yeah. Wedge it
yeah,
in there.
and it's
Yeah.
solid. Yeah, it's solid,
That's
right?
what
It can handle the weight.
Because when you're very small
Well, 'cause
like that, if the weight swings, now oh man, it'll knock them over.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. No, because I can imagine if you're like moving water or something along the lines of that, like post disaster or whatever, right? Because without plumbing, there's no electricity. Maybe you can't always use the generator or an electric pump or whatever, right?
Yeah.
You're still gonna move the water somehow.
Yeah.
I mean, short of moving it cup by cup. Yeah, you can move it cup by cup. It'll take a while. But being able to move a mass amount with one hand,
No. Yeah.
instead of like cup by cup, right? You'll save time and effort down the road.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I've got a
I always
little
think
idea.
about that.
I've got a little idea about hiding water in certain places. You know those films where you see those guys, they just grab a vine and then they get the machete out and cut the vine and then they just drink the
Yeah.
water that drips out of the vine. What if we strategically placed hoses on trees in different areas in loads of places, and then you store water in it, and then you come along and you do like they do in the movies, just grab it and just cut it and just say, here's water.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Let me know how that turns out for you.
Well, obviously,
Hey.
if you cut the hose, you're gonna destroy it. Okay, you don't have to cut it. You can maybe have a tap on it. I mean, if you've got a hose and end to end is sealed, the water's still going to be inside the hose, isn't it?
Yeah.
And if that hose looked like say branches or it had some kind of camouflage on it,
Mm.
Maybe. I mean, that'd be something that you don't have to work hard at, right?
No,
You can, stuff like that, right?
even like a
'Cause
fake
you don't want to
branch.
be sweating trying to doing it, right? You don't want to be sweating buckets trying to get water here, right?
No,
As
no,
much
of
as
course not.
possible, right? Like even
Just
with
a
a solar still or whatever, right? You try to do that not during the afternoon, midday. You're doing that early on, right away in the shade, or you set it up in the morning. You sit in the shade during the afternoon. Let it do the work, right? And stuff like that. But yeah, Shadow, I was thinking maybe you, as a topic, moving water around or dealing with water or, and stuff like that, because in any scenario, water is going to be important, right? Eventually, you have to move water around. Gardeners have to move water around. You might not have access to your drip irrigation, your pump, or whatever, or your well for your well or whatever, right? So you need
Very
other ways to
difficult
move
to
water around.
replicate. Very difficult to replicate hoses
Yeah. So
in
maybe
nature.
as a topic in the
Can you
future.
what can you use to except for things like bamboo? Perhaps I've seen people use bamboo to move water. Maybe Bob knows more about that.
No. Well, I'm going to bounce out of here, fellas. I got a project to work on.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
gonna do this right now? Are you gonna
Yeah,
actually
I'm
do
gonna,
it?
yeah,
You're
I'm
done
gonna
build this
start
right
working
now?
on start working on it right now. Yeah.
Oh, Bob. Every time I hear you guys building something, I'm like, I gotta build something. Just like Bob. I'll be like Bob.
Yeah. Just
It
don't
just-
wait.
Yeah.
Don't
'cause
wait
it's just
around.
like-
Don't wait.
Maybe I'll
'Cause then it's
record it
too
too.
late.
Yeah, maybe I'll
Don't
record
wait.
it.
Yeah, I'm
It's
going to
too
get
late.
off as well because I'm sure Shadow wants to get off. It's getting a bit late.
Share you this.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Peace, guys. God bless.
God bless
Take
you,
care,
Bob.
Bob.
And
Bye for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's time to wrap things up
Yeah.
now, guys.
Yeah, I think we covered enough of the shelter.
yeah,
Yeah, more than enough, I believe.
I think so for now. But yes. But do remember what the suggestions, adapt the information to
Yeah.
your own area and stuff like that. Whatever, if you see winter, rain, bugs, wind, all right? Having some form of cover against that, literally and figuratively, can really help, right? Because, it's the first line of defense, right? Kind of deal,
Yeah.
right?
exactly.
Exposure can take you out of the game faster than water, food itself, right? It's a couple days without water, a couple weeks without food, but sometimes it could be mere hours, just even under a day, 24 hours for exposure of some sort, especially if it's extreme conditions, like well below freezing, pouring cold rain, high winds, swarms of mosquitoes, right? That'll just drive you insane. That'll just wear you down.
But anyway, thanks, guys, for stopping by. I appreciate it. And I will see you next week. Same time, same channel.
Different topic.
So, different topic. Yes.
and
and
Darrell will be
remember,
here.
be part of the solution, not the problem.
Thanks, Shadow.
Stay proactive.
Having fun. Nice one, CR. Good evening, everyone in the chat.
Yeah. And
Take care.
take care.
Night.
Night, night.